Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to start our conference. So I'm going to ask the panel members to switch their webcams on. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this conference about Miyazaki and the law. The themes which we're going to be talking about are going to be very interesting. I think that the different subtitles we've chosen apply to the 4 different organizers who are involved in this project. It was founded some 2 years ago on Twitter, where there was yet another survey to identify different things about Miyazaki, and 4 of us talked about the possibility of organizing a conference about Miyazaki and the law. And today this project is being made real. It's online, a format which corresponds perfectly with the way it evolved. This conference is part of the law and pop culture movement. There have been many events which have talked about the law through pop culture, Star Wars and the law, superheroes and the law, Harry Potter and the law. I don't believe anyone yet has talked about Miyazaki and the law, so now we've filled that gap. I can hear some people being a bit indignant about the way we're organizing this event, saying it's not very serious for legal experts. However, it is important to be interested in pop culture, first of all. It's one way of explaining law in different terms, whilst remaining quite serious. Secondly, the representation of law in pop culture has to encourage researchers to think about this subject. And we've got to take a position on that. And also pop culture is a very stimulating field of research because above and beyond representing the law, pop culture anticipates law. And a law researcher is obviously sensitive to that. Pop culture is an economic and a social phenomena, and it evokes complex legal issues. And I think these different aspects of law and pop culture are going to be addressed today by different speakers. We must say that the subject is very rich. Hayao Miyazaki has been taking us on journeys to different universes through decades, where the imagination enables us to ask all kinds of questions to address real problems. The different levels at which you can read Miyazaki's work deserve to be grappled with by legal experts. It is possible to draw conclusions about the themes linked to war, science, the family, the environment. However, it would be very presumptuous to draw firm, definitive conclusions about labor law and other aspects of the law. I'm sure you will understand that our objective is clear and simple. We simply want to take a fresh look at a modest level with you at the work of Hayao Miyazaki. And we will be doing that on a legal journey. Thanks to Miyazaki, we will also be in a delightful, imaginative land. So thank you very much for being with us. And to quote Twitter, hype has never been so high in terms of a legal conference. I'm going to hand the floor over to the president of the first session. Thank you very much, Jan. Before we move on, I just want to check that you can hear me properly. Okay, there's some thumbs up there. So thank you very much for handing the floor to me. And I would like to thank our panelists who have agreed to play this game with us, analyzing Miyazaki, and share with us their legal skills. Thank you to them, and thank you to the 552 people who are connected to the conference, who really are very welcome here. I'm going to start by introducing our very first panelist, who is going to talk about different subjects in an introduction, and then we'll be moving on to the first highlight, which is dedicated to the journey to the heart of mankind. But we need a few introductory words, I believe, and Pierre-William Fregonese is going to do that honor. And he's a professor at Kobe University. He has a PhD in political science, and he carries out research into the transfer of culture between Europe and Japan. And he seems to be the perfect candidate to open our conference So I'm going to hand the floor over to him right now.
Eh bien, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Déjà, m'entendez-vous? Oui. Je suis la personne idéale et en
Morning, I'm the right person and you can hear me.
Alors, je vais
Perfect.
partager ma présentation
So I'll share my presentation with you first.
courte seconde. Voilà. Je vais la mettre en plein écran. Alors,
So I hope you can see it now.
déjà, je suis très heureux d'être ici. De pouvoir
Well, first of all, I'm
partager
very
ma
happy to be
vision.
with you
Comme cela a
today
été
and to
dit,
make this
je suis
introduction. As was
Pauline,
said, I'm above
en
all
sciences
am
politiques
a
et
specialist in political
professeur
sciences
en
and
cultural studies.
professor on cultural
Alors,
studies.
ma présentation, ce lancement va surtout être un petit peu un
This
gigantesque disclaimer
introduction will
selon
be
moi,
some kind of a huge disclaimer on how we can
et puis
apprehend
quelques
the Miyazaki
je
work
titre.
and the work of the
Alors,
studio
ce
Ghibli.
disclaimer ne sera bien sûr sans la musique techno qui vous a fait patienter.
Disclaimer this time without this techno music you've heard earlier.
L'hydravion rouge vif
So before getting into this uh,
sera
red
une courte
um,
description du
um,
plan de vol que nous
a
allons
plane
mener
of Rosso, I'll give you now the roadmap, the flight roadmap. I only have 15 minutes, if I understood well. We'll look at a few topics, boldness, ethnocentrism, vertigo, paradoxes, and then imagination and meditation. With this main, let's say, topics, I'd like to get you into the reflection of Miyazaki and show you how having a French view, a European view can be very interesting, but also has its limitations. So let's start with the first words that I've mentioned, boldness and ethnocentrism. In this conference on Miyazaki, I would say that in France, it is a bravery act because it's an absolute genre in Japan, but also in France. It is a very famous giant that everybody loves, and it has this huge impact. France has literally fallen in love with the work of Miyazaki and of the studio Ghibli. This connection between France and Japan did not start with the work of Miyazaki, but dates back to at least 1 century ago with Japanese specialists and neo-Japanese specialists. So all this connection was marked by the proximity of the founders of Miyazaki Tarakata and the other founder of Ghibli with France. Both of them actually are very much influenced by a few works that we have seen in Japan. First, with the first version of Puss in Boots, they were marked by this work. There is an aesthetic dimension in it. In the work of Miyazaki, in the Puss in Boots by Kimio Yabuki, there is a way of animating that is specific to Grimaud, and then his future productions will also be infused with the symbolism of the French, and that is generated in part by the off-screen, but also by geometry and architecture. There's also a thematical influence. Takahata will evoke the will to unravel the trap of this world, to go beyond appearances, and also Takahata, that was the second important founder of the studio, that has also translated Prévert and Giono. It's also a referential mark. Lots of European works and French works are going to be a source of inspiration for the studio Ghibli, but also Miyazaki. But last but not least, other French and Japanese authors of that time. It's a bold action because there is a huge, crazy production of French books on Miyazaki. and on the Ghibli studio. I do not have an exhaustive list here, but I'm sure there are more books on Miyazaki and the Ghibli than the movies of the studio itself. Lots of very good one of Alexandre Matisse, Hayao Miyazaki, Au gré du vent by Sébastien Bénédicte in Rouge Profond. But here, I'd like to tell something that is maybe not new, but at least try to provide another approach. Let's not take those references that are very interesting, of course, because it tells lots of things about the life of Miyazaki and of its studio. But let's try to study the whole work of Miyazaki through another dimension. So I thought that one of the best ways to look at this artist, and you might be surprised by my choice, would be to look at L'Art du Roman by Milan Kundera, and more particularly the work on the art of composition, because this is where you find the whole rationale, the whole narrative and aesthetics of Miyazaki. You already find all this in this text, and that is very well explained in this book. So we're going to start from then on. So vertigo and a paradox now. Miyazaki is a very difficult character, individual to understand. It's not simply an ecological person, as lots of French might think. It's not only someone who will do some simulacre of learning romance and novels. No, it's someone that is struck by this vertigo, that it will influence his work. It will be very ambiguous and full of contradictions, final contradictions sometimes. So what is vertigo? It's the somehow the vertigo of one's own weakness. His birth of Miyazaki and his relationship to aviation and to its heights is going to illustrate this dual position. Unlike Isao Takahata, who is older and comes from a poor family and who will live the horror of the conflict from the front, like in the Tomb of the Fireflies, Hayao Miyazaki comes from a relatively well off family, which is going to benefit from the war, because the father and the uncle were manufacturers of parts of the Mitsubishi Zero-Sen, the Japanese fighter planes that provoked so much destruction and used by the kamikaze. Miyazaki learned actually to draw by representing planes and their mechanics and the different parts. So aviation appears to him as much as a magnificent, fantastical machine as a machine of death. So this passion led him to devour the works of Saint-Exupéry at the age of 20, whose preface and cover he would later create for the Japanese edition of The Night Flight and Land of Homes. As Saint-Exupéry said in Pilots of War, his childhood was like a country. So this passion also remained with him when he named Studio Ghibli. It also was the launch of his career. The name Studio Ghibli comes after Caproni 309 Ghibli. By the way, there's also a common mistake that it is only the plane has this name, Ghibli, just because it's a reconnaissance plane, but not at all. It is also an attacking a plane. So he's presented as an anti-militaristic person, but he veils somehow the beauty of the disaster. But there are lots of other contradictions to be found here. On the one hand, the beauty of nature, the permanence of nature against the permanence of the feelings. beauty and nightmare. He says that earthquakes, tsunamis are natural phenomena that must be respected. These are not disasters. Pollution, contamination, and the benefits of the modern world. Miyazaki's complex ecology is seeking a balance between the environment and what we call human ecology. Think of Mononoke with these forges presented first as being against the forest. The two sides are back to back. In the first version, they wanted to punish Lady Eboshi, but finally not. She becomes somehow more respectful. Another opposition, the consideration of the other in the Japanese society, and its individualism, fierce individualism. In The Wind Rises, the hero has a girlfriend that has tuberculosis, but he's smoking all the time. And we know that smoking is a risk factor for tuberculosis. And this motive of tuberculosis is to be found later on when Sosuke is in the hands of the grandmother in this couch that symbolizes the mother of Miyazaki that suffered from this disease, but also the Miyazaki discourses that oppose themselves. He says that you just have to see one or two animated stories in your life. But at the same time, we know that he has produced so many. So this is the type of oppositions, contradictions that we can find. So this is this ambiguity that is characteristic of his thoughts. And I'd like to mention imagination and meditation. With Chihiro in the Japanese market. This work can be an imaginary meditation with all the characters of Miyazaki, the sense of purity of his characters. They respond to key themes such as empathy and the will, like with Nausicaa, innocence, also the will in Chihiro, the courage of Porco Rosso, curiosity of Ponyo. But most of the time, we don't know anything about their past. So this lack of information does not make them any less alive, because they go to the end of their existential problems, to the end of their respective themes, of the words that define them. The whole staging serves this creative project. They're not over detailed because the stories ask questions about existence and do not necessarily provide answers. The existence and that of the world are intertwined. One does not exist without the other through slices of life. There's the art of radical stripping of purity. Simplicity embraces the complexity of the world. What Kundera calls in art of composition the narrative polyphony, i.e. a polyphony that will provide simultaneous narratives, and it becomes a poetry of movement. OSC, autobiographical, the critical thought, animistic thought will be intertwined. Before anything, there is an biographical part in the scene. You had those girls waiting in front of the bus, waiting for their parents. They're afraid by night, the rain. And this is about the encounter of Miyazaki with Nagata in 1963, while waiting for the bus, and it was raining. On the other hand, we have the mother's illness, tuberculosis, as I said earlier. But at the same time, the vibrant and carnal nature of Shinto and the spirits, the sense of wonder attached to reality and memory, the childish fears, but also the question of the vitality of the Japanese countryside compared to the devouring cities. All these threads are woven together and allow the mechanics of the tale to function fully and take on human form. And this leads me to my last reflection about co creation of worlds. As responsibility is collective in Miyazaki, so is creation. Already, the characters create the world as much as the author. The little girl decides the name of Toroto. She shares in the creation of her own diegesis. Chihiro is wrongly presented as a pure learning story, whereas Chihiro learns as much from the other characters and the audience as she does from herself. Moreover, through his own imagination, the viewer co creates the worlds and interpretations with Miyazaki and the Studio Ghibli. Through its vertigo, its paradoxes, and its characters, Miyazaki's work is a questioning more than an answer. It opens up the window towards the landscape. It is in this that it has so much interest because the aesthetics are different. There is no strict Manichaeism. Chihiro can be seen as well as a critique of real estate madness and recession, with Chihiro's parents who, because they have a bank card, can afford to steal food. It's also a reference and a reporting of child prostitution, a metaphor of the cinema through a story around the rest of the kami, the spirits in animistic thought, because there is a revelation and the marvelous and the real coexist. And this is also the principle of cinema. For its part, The Wind Rises does not please anyone. He's not Miyazaki, a filmmaker with a message. He's a filmmaker of flow, passage, and transition. He looks at existential more than he asserts a criticism. It's about a phantom of transition. Through symbols, he's going to look at existential problems more than making an actual critique. Just as at the top of a plane, in a flight, his films are meditation on existence, not an affirmation. On the first level, he unfolds his story. And to conclude, what is, in my view, in the Cimetière Parrain de Paul Valéry, what illustrates the best what is Miyazaki. When on the abyss, a sun rests, pure works of an eternal cause, time glitters, and the dream is knowledge. And this comes from Le Cimetière, Paul Valéry, 1920. Thank you. Thank you, dear Fregonese, for this introduction. I see lots of people praising and cheering up in the box. The universe of Miyazaki is complex indeed, but it's sometimes very difficult to comprehend and define. And we also know that most of the speakers will also provide their own subjective view on the works of the master and the way we can find some kind of representation of law, because we would like to talk about law in the work of Miyazaki. And it's not only about presenting all those terms, but also wondering what those stories tell us about the behavior of the humankind and what can be said in the law when we look at all those stories. This is one of the main goals of the two main following presentations. Of course, it's impossible to apprehend all the topics to be found in the work. We have had to make a choice, which is to first focus on the journey in the heart of the man and think about the human social behavior, contractual relationships, labor relationships with one another, and then we'll see the relationship between man and the world, humankind and the world. So to kick off, I'd like to introduce you our friend in the team, organizing team, Emmanuel, who is professor in private law in the University of Avignon. He's also the director of the research lab on contract. Emmanuel Netter is going to say a few words about the contracts in a spirited way and tell us whether those contractual figures are a way of emancipation or oppression. So you'll be listening to him in a few seconds. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Everyone can hear me? And can you see my screen share with pictures of a train on the sea? Very good. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Yann Bazir, our master of all, for organizing this meeting. Thank you to Michael, Yann, all the rest, Hanya. Thank you for organizing this event. I would like to praise the quality of Hanya Kassoul, who just happens to be the president, who will be cut me off if I take too much time at the microphone. So I've just would also like to say that you start the clock once all the thanks have been expressed. So now you can start the clock. Okay, an instrument of oppression or emancipation, a contract in Spirited Away. The simple mention of the name Chihiro brings to my mind, perhaps to yours as well, brings many images. The first image is always the same. It's a train that is advancing towards the sea as night falls. Station after station, the other passengers who are only shadows leave the car. From Joe Hisaishi's piano fall some unforgettable notes that are melancholic and reassuring at the same time. The heroine looks out of the window with no trace of fear. She's almost arrived at her destination and she knows it. There is something disturbing about trying to analyze a work that seems to speak to the heart before it speaks to the mind. Spirited Away is deeply sensory to me. It's made of vivid colors and blood and tears which flow in profusion. We feel fear, a primal fear, a childish fear, faced with a witch. We move from attraction to disgust in front of those banquets that are gobbled down and then spewed out, those hot baths with spices turning into putrid swamps. But by wanting to intellectualize all of this rather than simply feel it, don't we risk dissipating the magic? Well, I would say, no, we don't. Here we are trying to enrich the way we look at the work without taking anything away from it. It's easy, in my opinion, to make law with Chihiro for what is, after all, this story, if not that of a little girl who enters a magical universe whose rules are totally unknown to her, rules that she will have to understand and integrate almost instantly if she hopes to survive. The legal analysis grid is often fruitful in a fantasy world. I would refer you to a work by Nicolas Dissot. He talks about this. Let's talk about a definition of magic. It's the alleged art of producing effects against the order of nature. Magic, in other words, is the capacity conferred upon a character to escape some of the norms that govern the real world. Physics, for example, but also social rules. Very quickly, however, it becomes apparent that a truly omnipotent character would, like a witch, for example, or a wizard, would lose interest in a story because if there are no obstacles to accomplishing your will, well, there's no story to tell. Superman is only interesting because there's kryptonite. Cinderella is only worthwhile because she escapes at the stroke of midnight. In other words, the magical narrative cannot simply destroy the normative space of the real world. It must also reconstruct an alternative normativity. This normativity can be surprisingly precise if Aurora's finger comes into contact with a spindle and her age at that time is less than 16 years old, then she will die, unless a fairy godmother has intervened, in which case she will only fall asleep. Within the normativities that are constructed in a magical world, some could imitate more or less openly the legal normativity. Representing a legal rule in fiction is an easy way of offering a political criticism of the real world by comparing it or showing its opposite. Inside these legal rules of fiction, what is the point of having recourse to a contract? Well, it is that it is a supposedly chosen normativity. The rule that the character will undergo will supposedly have to be wanted by that character, while state regulation will be the privileged instrument of a story about a global system, a totalitarian dystopia, as Orwell might have described, for example. The contract will put more emphasis on individual behaviors, but also on interpersonal relationships. The fictional contract can be used in many ways. First, at the conclusion stage. Some fictional contracts are characterized by their obscurity and deceptiveness. This is an opportunity for an author to attack the myth of free consent and informed will. I'm thinking of Traduction in Shrek 4, with those hidden clauses that only appear if you fold the contract in a specific way. Other conventions, on the contrary, are clear. They offer a particularly attractive, immediate advantage, but there is a price to be paid one day, and that price will be high. It will be a Faustian pact, which places under a raw light the rather unavowable springs of the human soul. The fictional contract is also interesting at the stage of its execution. It's an opportunity to grow the character, the courageous debtor who performs against all odds, the merciful creditor who forgives the debt. It can, on the contrary, underline the evilness of the hero, the deceitful debtor who breaks his word, the implacable creditor who brandishes the law despite empathy and with no morality. In Spirited Away, we will see that the contract is excellently used to illuminate the moral qualities of various characters. At the end of the journey, will that contractual instrument have served the weak or the strong? Will it have relieved or oppressed? To answer this question, I will adopt a purely chronological plan. I'm going to go through different key scenes. I'm going to start with what I call the pig's meal. The contract plays a central role right from the very beginning of Spirited Away. It's conspicuous by its absence. Just remember, this little girl and her family have just gone through a tunnel that marks the entrance into the spirit world. They imagine they are in an amusement park. Almost immediately, the parents see a beautiful buffet filled with steaming food. There are no prices posted, there's no menu on view, nothing suggests that this feast is offered for sale, yet the father and the mother sit down at the table saying that they have their credit cards with them. But Chihiro, the little girl in the background, is a bit worried. She says the people in the park won't be happy. And there is nothing innocuous in this beginning to the story. The parents give free rein to their impulses. The restaurant owner's will is of little importance to them. They do not seek to contract. The money will have to compensate for their shamelessness and their coarseness. The sum paid will not be a prize, but damages, or it will not be a price, it will be damages. And they don't care. The girl, on the other hand, curbs her appetites. She stands out from the crowd by her attention to others and her will to understand where she is and what she is allowed to do. She will thus escape the fate of her parents, who will be transformed into pigs. A second scene, a very important scene, is the signing of the work contract. It's well, we have a physical contract. This scene, during which Chihiro signs her work or agrees her contract with the witch Baba, is deliberately equivocal. When you read this for the first time, you first of all see in Chihiro, who's very conquering, who enters into the offices of the director of the bathhouse to demand, on many occasions, a work contract. I want a work contract, a labor contract. Yubaba refuses again and again. And it's only when we have this horrible, ugly giant doll that bursts in, that Yubaba will be sufficiently destabilized to sign that contract in a rather grumpy way. She then loudly regrets having promised to give work to all those who asked for it. So in this sentence, there is enough subject matter for dissertations by a whole flock of students about the binding nature of unilateral commitments. But let's get back to the point. Yubaba's contractual consent was a bit of a surprise given the extreme insistence of that impertinent little girl. No viewer can be fooled by this interpretation. In the 15 minutes before this meeting, several characters have explained to Chihiro that getting a job is her only way of staying alive the next day, which is not particularly conducive to the development of full contractual freedom. The critical metaphor of moving into adulthood is quite clear. Although this previous speaker may doubt my interpretations. So Chihiro is told you have the duty to find a job, not necessarily to bloom and blossom, but to leave the category of unproductive and thus avoid being sanctioned by society. So Chihiro is forced to beg for a job. Yubaba then pretends to be reluctant, and yet what is the content of this agreement if you look closely? Hard daily labor, and in return, there is never any question of remuneration other than the right to survive. Food given to the employees is scarce. You might remember one scene where Lin has to steal rice so that Chihiro can eat. The slightest complaint will result in being turned into a pig. So there is indeed extortion of consent and asymmetry of power, and it is to the benefit of Yubaba. Her contractual omnipotence is dramatically expressed when she rips off part of Chihiro's name at the bottom of their agreement and physically takes it over. So her power is not only that of directing bodies, it is above all that of expropriating her subordinates of their very identity. Let's move on to a third scene in the film. This is the bathhouse, the scene of the putrid spirits. If you haven't seen the film recently, there's this repugnant, muddy, dripping monster who comes to the bathhouse and asks to have a bath. So Shiro and Lin, who is another employee, I mentioned her with the rice earlier on, they have to restore a disgusting bath. So they are left to accomplish this impossible mission without receiving the necessary tools. And that says a lot about the bad faith with which Yubaba intends to carry out the work. Contracts do, you just get by however you can, I don't care. On the other hand, when it comes to flattering a rich client, well, Yubaba is there. She's so obsequious, and she will do anything for her rich clients. In this sequence of the film, Yubaba bosses her staff around, saying whoever pays the entrance fee must be welcomed with respect, even if that person stinks. Money has no smell, and the customer is king. Work contracts rigorously executed, service contracts flexibly provided. The Yubaba company knows how to make a profit. At the end of the sequence, the golden nuggets that are generously sown by the finely purified spirit will all be picked up by the boss. And the staff who dreamed of gaining some money will go back to mopping the floor and their pockets remain empty. So this is a clear criticism of capitalism, I believe, and it will arrive at its climax when we have the person with no face. There is a food orgy which Marco Ferrari would have been proud of, and he will also make it rain nuggets of gold after that, as you can see in this picture. Those who were humiliated in order to please him will be left with their hands empty. The gold will turn back into dust, and the bathing company will have shed sweat and even blood in pure loss. Chihiro alone will have refused the poisonous offerings of the no-face. I don't need them, she replied, showing her usual qualities of humility and moderation. On the contrary, she will be the only one to be concerned about the well-being of the monster, offering him, by her attentive ear, an opportunity to return to the right way. This sequence prepares the definitive return to the camp of the good of an even more important character, Haku. And this is a whole sequence of the film, and it's Haku's redemption, I would call it. So when he met Yubaba, Haku concluded a typically Faustian agreement with her. In exchange for powerful magical powers, he became the damned soul of the witch. Throughout the film, there are several characters who refer to him like that. Throughout the film, he oscillates between benevolence towards the heroine, in accordance with his deep nature and a strange mixture of arrogance and violence that result from his duties as a henchman. There is a clear difference between the contract that Chihiro signed under duress, only to ensure her survival, and the voluntary contract which Haku signed with his unhealthy quest for power. But there is a point they have in common. Haku was also robbed of part of his name after signing the contract. His very identity has been taken away, and therefore he has no hope of ever escaping his servitude. His situation gets worse again when Haku makes a new enemy, Zeniba, that's Yubaba's twin sister. And here again, there is a contract lurking in the wings. Haku's fault is to have stolen Zeniba's private seal, the private seal that she uses to sign her own magical contracts. In this universe, signing a contract is one of the main instruments of power that the witches and wizards have. And preventing an opponent from signing a contract means that you're weakening him or her considerably. Haku's two debts to the two witches, servitude to Yubaba and reparation to her sister, well, it's Chihiro who will pay those bills, settle those debts, first of all towards Zeniba. To get to her, Chihiro goes back onto that train, the train that we described at the beginning of my presentation. There we discover a Zeniba with a temperament exactly opposite to that of her sister. When Yubaba lives in a huge palace, although Yubaba lives in a huge palace, Zeniba lives in a small house. Yubaba relies on an army of slaves, but Zeniba works with her hands, serves tea to her guests, knits a protective garment for Chihiro. Yubaba shouts and threatens. Zeniba listens. She grants her forgiveness to Haku and offers him half salvation. So there's the other half that remains to Yubaba. And this is where Chihiro literally dives into their common past to remember having fallen as a child into the waters of the Kohaku River and being saved from those waters. And so the magician finds that name again, Kohaku, recovers the power of her will and breaks the bonds of the Faustian contract that changed her to Yubaba. However, Chihiro still needs to be rescued, as do her parents. And so to end our story, we're going to talk about the freeing of the parents and the epilogue. One way of presenting the epilogue of Spirited Away is to say that what the contracts have done, another contract will undo. When Chihiro left for Zeniba's house, she was accompanied by the rather delightful son of Yubaba, who you can see on the screen here. He went of his own volition. He was very happy to escape the heavy influence of his mother. However, the mother is convinced that the baby has been kidnapped. Haku grasps this opportunity and negotiates the release of the baby, the return of your baby, against the freedom of Chihiro. At this moment, Haku has not yet been saved by rediscovering his true name. So I'm going back in time a little bit. He's still cynical and he does not hesitate to fight evil with evil. And so it's by an almost lie, almost a fraud, that he obtains Yubaba's agreement. On Chihiro's return, if Yubaba had applied this dubious agreement without further formality, the symbolism of the film would have been equivocal, because the girl would have owed her salvation to a scoundrel deal extorted on a misunderstanding. But fortunately for us, Yubaba invokes all of a sudden a rule that supposedly governs this universe, the origin of which is discreetly kept silent. Chihiro will have to pass a final test, which will be to recognize her parents in the middle of a group of pigs. And if she manages to recognize the parents, she will get them turned back into humans, and she will also be released from her own work contract. Chihiro provides the right answer. In fact, she does not recognize her parents in any of those pigs. And so her work contract just falls into dust. So this is an opportunity for Yubaba to embody deceit and disloyalty one last time, because the way she presented this test clearly implied that the parents were there in among the pigs and you just had to pick out the right pigs. It was also an opportunity for Chihiro to have a final triumph based on the qualities that have never failed her: listening, observing, caring for others. The acclamation she receives from the entire staff at the bathhouse when she leaves shows what makes Chihiro's wealth her social capital. in short, as opposed to Yubaba's hard cash. Finally, Madam President, you will see that I am nearing the end of my presentation. The contract was shown in rather disturbing light. It was an instrument of power that was readily wielded by characters dominated by hubris, Yuba and Haka, and suffered by the characters animated by temperance, Zeniba and Chihiro. Assuming that Spirited Away really is a critique of capitalism, consumerism, and exploitation of the weak, Miyazaki does not really offer a direct response. And I'm relieved to see that I do not differ from the previous speaker on this. Chihiro is neither a trade unionist nor a revolutionary. She does not teach lessons. She's content to embody a few simple qualities: courage, tolerance, empathy. So we can deduce a certain hierarchy of values from the master, but not a political program. And that's already a lot for a little girl who, at the age of 10, had to become a parent for her parents. A little girl who had to save so many souls just with a few smiles, but with a lot of determination. A little girl who, for the time being, goes back to her proper age and clutches her mum's arm very tightly. Thank you very much for listening. Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel Netta. Well done for this presentation. It was wonderful. There are lots of claps going on in the chat column. I would like to immediately point out that if you do have any questions when you're hearing these presentations, don't hesitate to use the chat column. And at the end of our first session, we will address those questions and there'll be some dialogue there, time for questions and answers. I think that it's a great transition now, moving into the next speaker. Emmanuel Netta has prepared the way for Luca Bento de Carvalho, because Emmanuel Netta had a contractualist approach to Spirited Away. But here we are in the presence of a rather unusual contract, because it's a labor contract. And on that score, our next panelist, Luca Bento de Carvalho, is a professor of private law in University of Montpellier. He's going to go even deeper into that specialist field, because his specialities include labor law. He teaches labor law at Montpellier University, and his research field concerns individual collective relations at the workplace, mainly crossed approach between labor law and civil law. And he is also interested in the different sectors, and it is sure and certain that it's a perfect springboard offered by Emmanuel Netta into the next presentation. So I'm going to hand the floor now to Luca, and we'll be back in 20 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me? So I'd like to start first by thanking Yann, Ranyan, Kel, Emmanuel. Thank you so much for your invitation to attend this colloquium. On the one hand, I'm very much interested in this new experience. At the same time, I'm impressed by the high quality of past speakers. I'm not going to be lyrical or having a dreamlike presentation, but rather something more pragmatic. Another reason why I'm very happy to attend this conference is the first time I'm thinking about scientific matters from my own coach. So after this first enthusiasm, the question was how, as a legal expert, we could apprehend a very rich work. There are two main difficulties. The first concerns the cinematographic object in its relationship to the world of work. It would be an understatement to say that the world of work does not appear in the foreground in Miyazaki's works, unlike other themes like need to be captured by a law. Others are more easy to be captured, such as the environmental protection, animal welfare, civil disobedience, the family or armed conflicts. This topic is here, but is anecdotal, accessory. The world of work is nonetheless present in the animations of the Japanese master. Just think of Pazu's mine in the castle in the sky, Lady Ebushi's forges attacked by Princess Mononoke, Yubaba's hotel spa restaurant complex in Spirited Away, Horikoshi aeronautical industries in The Wind Rises, or Sophie fighting mites in Haru's old moving castle. And Auru, remember, whose name evokes the laws Oru in 82 in favor of improving working conditions and employee participation in management. With these images and dialogues, Miyazaki gives us different representations of work, of worker, men and women, but also of employees. A second difficulty lies this time in the calibration of the legal prism in its relation to the cinematographic work. First, it is difficult to speculate on the existence of legal concerns in Miyazaki. Secondly, one must be very careful not to use the slightest film sequence as a pretext to multiply the operations of legal qualification ad infinitum. That would be annoying and inconsistent. The risk is all the greater in that the spatio-temporal universes submitted for examination, they may differ widely from one film to another. You have the medieval Japan in Princess Mononoke, 19th century Europe in the moving castle, or the second half of the 20th century in Spirited Away. Finally, the worker who tries to apprehend a cinematographic work through its material must avoid two main pitfalls. The first would be to approach the question too narrowly, either by approaching it from an exclusive processual angle or by reducing it to its more sociological dimension. In the present case, however, the lack of passion for labor, procedure, and the absence of expertise in the sociology of work should keep us away from these reefs. More modestly, the aim here is to mobilize the concepts, categories, and notions of labor law in order to propose a laborious reading, eminently subjective, of a selection totally arbitrary of films scripted and directed by Miyazaki. We have thus focused our attention on the image of happiness at work in Miyazaki's work. So at first glance, the concept of happiness at work seems like an oxymoron. Happiness refers to the essentially moral state generally achieved by man when he or she has obtained a whole personal fulfillment. The word work, for its part, comes from the Latin tripalium, which designated an instrument of torture in the New Testament. Adam and Eve suffered the divine curse, the first being condemned to earn bread by the sweat of his brow, the second to give birth in pain, which is reflected in the work of the woman in labor, who must now also earn bread by the sweat of her brow. Work is thus associated with a painful experience. Labor law, applicable to the private sector, recognizes, as much as it tries to combat the because there are lots of private sector workers in its works. So I was saying that the labor law applicable to the private sector recognizes the difficulties and the harsh work. But today we have seen the quality of life at work being a annual mandatory negotiation theme. This is what the legislator and the social partners are trying to look at. So why associating happiness at work to the work of Miyazaki? I thought of the call of Jan Bazir. I was in Languedoc-Roussillon. I associated the work and Miyazaki. I thought of a very happy worker. um, solidarity, community. So at the end of the day, it's this is what we are talking about. But my intuition vanished somehow because happiness at work will be ambivalent, since happiness is supposed to the one of the employers and the employees. On the worker's side, happiness shows through in the process of the work performed. On the employer's side, happiness stems from the existence of a particularly deleterious working conditions to make a chrono drive manager pale with envy. And this is now my second part. So we'll see, therefore, the happiness in the purposes of work. As a professional activity, there is the research of a social function, a collective function, since work enables to create a link with the others and the rest of society. In the work of Miyazaki, this dimension is crystal clear. Labor appears as being an inclusive factor and a factor of liberation. And these are the two notions we're going to deal with now. On several occasions, the work community takes on the appearance of a family in Miyazaki, when it's not already constituted around the family unit like the Pirates of Dora's gang. Think of Pazu and his companions in the mine, or the peasants in the kingdom of Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind, and even Chihiro, whose commitment to Yubaba's service is forced by the need to save her parents, ends up feeling a form of satisfaction in finding her place among the hotel staff. Integration through work manifests itself with particular equity with regard to individuals likely to be marginalized because of their physical condition, whether they're elderly workers or workers in a situation of disability. Now, the older workers, Sophie resolves, she's like an old woman. She goes into the mountains where, guided by a scarecrow, she comes across a traveling castle, which she manages to enter. No formalism, subject will be under a collective uh, contract and will be submitted to the collective agreement of the private employer. But this is not an obstacle to the execution of a very harsh work. She'll be able to get a new home with Auru, Marco, and Calcifer. There is an inclusion of people with disabilities. This dimension reaches a new step. Remember, Ebushi contemplating the new model of the arquebus that has come out of her workshops, and Ashikata reproaches her for destroying the forest and turning her gods into evil creatures. His right arm, eaten by a demon, is then burning to kill her. Oza, an old worker lying on the floor of the workshop, tries to calm the situation. He explains that Lady Ebushi has taken him and his kin in. She's always treated us like human beings. She's just the only one. She washed our rotten flesh and changed our bandages. Of course, all these people are going to have a legitimate place in this micro society led by Lady Ebushi, who also fulfills the obligation to employ disabled workers set forth. Work is a vector of inclusion, but work is also a factor of liberation. By learning a trade first, on the other hand, the exercise of a professional activity can lead to a form of gender equality. Let's start with the learning of a trade. According to our labor code, the purpose of apprenticeship is to provide workers who have fulfilled their schooling obligation with general, theoretical, and practical training in order to obtain professional qualification. Before becoming an outsourced worker in the delivery school, Kiki's initial goal was to follow an apprenticeship. She intends to train and be trained as a witch. To do so, she will leave the family unit. But Pazu, it seems that he's not lucky enough to be enrolled in a school, but this does not prevent him, under the aegis of a boss, from learning the trade of a miner, while he's not even of age. At the examination, his situation is rather inviable. Barely entering his teens, Pazu has a magnificent brick duplex with a view, on top of which he plays the trumpet. Work can also promote gender equality. To understand that, let's remind that nobody can be treated less favorably than another, has been, or will be treated in a comparable situation according to Article 1 of the law, based on a discriminatory ground: sex, sexual orientation, gender equality. Is one of those discrimination motives. The labor law prohibits indirect discriminations. It is a provision, criterion, or practice which is neutral on its face, is likely to place persons at a particular disadvantage in relation to other persons. And women are regularly discriminated against in this way. An example, when bonuses or benefits are reserved for full-time contract holders or for certain jobs where the tasks are deemed to be physically arduous. And most of the times, those who have those short-time contracts are women. So there is an indirect discrimination. In Miyazaki's work, the human resources management provided by Eboshi is an example. On the one hand, there is no direct discrimination. Female workers are treated equally with male workers, or even more favorably, according to the latter. Remember the scene, one of the worker mumbles, "Lady Eboshi is too much of a slob." On the other hand, there is no indirect discrimination due to less valued functions. They even have skilled jobs. They work, for example, in the forges of the military-industrial complex of their leader, and hence they have an inviolable social status. And they even mock men. Remember Ashikata arriving at the forges, one of the employees was humiliated by his companion, and she comes in a very a stronger position. Work is then a vector of equality, inclusion of the elderly, gender equality. So the purposes of work can produce happiness for workers. But at the same time, the satisfaction provided by the social dimension of work justifies the existence of particularly liberal working conditions to the great satisfaction of the employer. So let's see now what the employer's happiness is about. Labor public order clearly has no place with Yubaba, Lady Eboshi, or Haru. For their subordinates, work is done at any age, any time, in all places, at all costs, and what is probably the sum of everything, in full confidence or trust. Let's start with the work at any age. Almost everyone in Miyazaki's works work, from young children to old people. Among the elders, only the witch of the moors, reduced to a bedridden state, or the old Baba in the court of King Jill. Apart from these two characters, everyone works. Despite her age and rheumatism, Sophie works hard in the moving castle, cleaning floors, ceilings, laundry, diplomatic missions, psychological assistance for depressed wizard. Nothing is spared to her, but things are even tougher for the young workers. Remember, Shihiro multiplies the harassing and dangerous work. Shiba must single-handedly maintain unsanitary kitchen. Think of Kita also, that prepares the meal for all those hungry pirates. Harassment is not far. But Convention 138 of the International Labour Organization on the minimum age for admission to employment provides that the minimum age for admission is 18, sorry. It must be noted that the working conditions to which Shihiro, Shida, or Pazu are subject are far from satisfying this requirement. Work at all hours. Day or night, all workers, Miyazaki's universe must be permanently at the disposal of their employer. In this respect, should be remembered that recourse to night work is exceptional and must take into account the imperative protecting the health and safety of workers, and is justified by the need to ensure the continuity of economic activity. You find workers in the forges of Lady Eboshi. There is an analogy. Because of that industry, people must work day and night. But some characters will work by night, contrary to any conventions. Pazu goes back to work in the mine even after or during the break. Law of the labor code says that night work is forbidden for young workers. At any age, at any time, work is also done in all places because all sectors of activities are represented. The primary sector with the lumberjacks in Princess Mononoke and the farmers in the Valley of Wind, but also the secondary sector with the miners of the Castle in the Sky, and the tertiary sector with Yubaba establishment, the personal services provided by Sophie, or the deliveries made by Kiki. The workers work in a wide variety of structures: a hotel, intransit camp, erotical factory, the orchards of a windy valley, the kitchen, or even the bathroom of a moving castle. Moreover, through the Sophie's case, Miyazaki raises the notion of professional mobility to a level rarely reached in the absence of a mobility clause. Look at this image. Since 2003, the labor judge considers the mention of the place of work in the contract is only informative, has no contractual value. You may be asked to work in another place different from the one foreseen in your contract. But there is a limitation apart from the geographical sector set by the judge. Beyond the area, you need the consent of the employee, unless you have a mobility clause. If we look at this dimension, if we apply it to the case of Sophie, we may say that the moving castle is the place of work, but as it is a moving castle, whenever the castle sets in another place, Sophie will be working in another geographical area. At the end of the day, Sophie can work in France, in England, and in Germany. So Sophie may work everywhere: France, UK, Germany, without any written contract. Now, work is also performed at any price. There's never any question of remuneration in the work of Miyazaki. In some cases, it's excluded. The slave, for example, is not paid. And Shihiro, he is fed by Lady Bushi, but she can hardly count on anything other than the tips distributed by a few customers, or anything that the faceless man can give. It should be remembered that whilst tipping is allowed in the hotel and restaurant sectors, it must nevertheless comply with certain rules, including the respect of the minimum age. These ultra-flexible working conditions are explained by the confidence with which they're working. They seem to trust themselves, trust their ability in performing difficult and dangerous tasks without any personal safety equipment and without any duty of care. But the labor code states that it is the responsibility of each worker to take care according to his training and possibilities of his health and safety, as well as that of the other persons concerned by his acts or anything else. This obligation is totally ignored by the workers and their employers. No helmet, no gloves, no safety shoes for the blacksmiths and Lady Eboshi, no mask for the miners in the in the Castle in the Sky, no protective suit for Shihiro. She is splashed with the pestilential sludge of the river spirit, etc. And no medical follow-up, regardless of anything she's doing. I'm not even going to talk about the psychological effects of such labor activities, anxiety, and so many other, the prejudice of Pazu that he experiences. The employers not only trust themselves, but they also have confidence in their own employers. Dora, Lady Boshi, Yubaba are very charismatic characters who inspire fear, respect, but also confidence in their ability to lead people. They are demanding towards their subordinates while taking care of them. Like a parent, the company manager is confused here with the head of the family or the leader of the group. If the representation of the boss is reminiscent of paternalism, Miyazaki's work is more an hymn to maternalism, because these women concentrate all the attributes of power. They're not only business leaders, but are also war leaders, family leaders, nation leaders, and military leaders, and even spiritual leaders. So if this was the secret of happiness at work at the end of the day, thank you.
Bravo, un grand bravo à vous et un immense merci pour
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this very bright clarification on labor work, labor law in connection with the work. We have seen very interesting characters such as Bazu, who's a miner, and Miyazaki endeavors to depict very young characters, childish characters very often. And Annick Bater is going to talk about children. She's a distinguished professor at the University of Caen and member of the a group of the CHU of Caen and founding member of Espace de Réflexion de l'Espace de Normandie. In other events about law and pop, she has already participated in other events in the past. And today, through the same topic, the family law, we will get another reflection on the relationships between kinships. And we will be talking about autonomy, resilience. Thank you, Professor Bater.
Okay, I put my sound on, so that's good. Can everybody hear me? Good. So what brilliant speakers I'm following. I'm a bit nervous having to speak. I really love the analysis of the labor law. It was really interesting. And what I do find interesting in this movement for law and pop culture is the enthusiasm it inspires us all in the different matters that are investigated. Thank you very much to the previous speakers. Thank you very much, Jan, Basir. Of course, I'm a great fan of Jan's. Thank you for launching this movement dedicated to law and pop culture. I would say, in all modesty, that I am going to try to take a look at through family law and think about how law and family adapted in the works of Miyazaki. So why have I chosen to talk to you about childhood? Well, quite obviously, Miyazaki's films talk about characters. The main protagonist is usually a child, and they're practically always female characters. There is a feminist streak in Miyazaki's work, which is wonderful because these people, these young girls, these little girls are heroines, and they have all kinds of adventures. And these little girls learn how to become autonomous. So these are intrepid little girls. I think that's what we can all recognize. They are fighters. They are brave, they're cheerful. And the previous speaker also pointed out that these children pay great attention to others. So these children, these characters, revere their parents, for example. And their respect for their parents go well beyond what we might usually expect from a child. In the law, there's a text which is very old, dates back from 1804, confirming that at all ages, a child must honor and respect their father and mother. So this is a text, a law, which lays out the child's obligations. So in Miyazaki's works, the children go well beyond honoring and respecting. The children do everything they possibly can to help their parents, to save them even sometimes when that is necessary. And so that's why this is a subject which is really interesting to reflect on together, the subject of parenthood. So I have chosen two aspects. I could have chosen many aspects. I could have chosen many films to talk about as well, because in all of the films there are children, but I've picked out a few, as you will see. So first and foremost, I address the question of parenthood and education. How does one ensure that the children's interests are respected? That's a question which we work a lot on. And these children are absolutely wonderful insofar as they earn their autonomy. And this autonomy, as is the case with the resilience which they demonstrate, well, they come about mainly thanks to the relationships that they develop with people around them. So there are these 2 points, which in all modesty, I would like to look into with you, taking references from certain of Miyazaki's films. So the first point about education and parenthood, how do you ensure that the child's interests are respected when we note that in Miyazaki's films, the parental structures are rather complex, to say the least. So we start with the notion that two parents have rights which they exercise together. They also have duties, and these rights and duties aim to protect the child's rights. So both parents have parental authority, until the child is either emancipated or reaches adulthood. And to protect, they do this to protect the child. They protect his or her health, morality. They make sure that the child is educated and they respect the individual that is the child. So that's, it's very fundamental. There's a key text which we have to take on board. So rights are given to the parents, but those rights have to protect the interests of the child. And the interests of the child, which are of European inspiration, because we have an international convention for child protection, which European countries have signed. It's a convention, the CIDE, which we signed. And this international convention for children's rights obliges states to protect the higher interests of children. So parental authority is dominated by the taking into account of the interests of the child. So that is a role that is given to the parents, hence parental authority. And within the frame of the law, the child has to be protected. And to do this, there has to be a rather classic parental structure, in inverted commas, insofar as two parents are required, usually a father and a mother. Although nowadays one might find two fathers, two mothers, but the essential thing is that there are two parents and two who get on together. And those two individuals will protect the interests of the child. However, in reality, when you look a little deeper into the law, the civil code, which is extremely complex, increasingly difficult to interpret. If you look deeply into these laws, if you look at jurisprudence, well, of course, for a long time now, we are no longer in an ideal situation. In reality, there is no such thing as a family. And I say this quite often. It's very important if you hope to understand the law. There are different types of families. There are families with which the law sits comfortably. And therefore, the state is going to have rules, lay down rules that must be flexible. And the state is not to interfere in private life. That being said, however, the state has the role of helping the families, not to inspect and control them, but the state has to get a little bit involved in the private life of a family when that is necessary, whenever a child is in danger. And this is where we can create a link with Miyazaki's work, because as our previous speakers have already pointed out, we can see that children are, when we think about it, the children have to work, for example. When you look at the structure of parenthood, well, there's nothing too shocking about that. In some ways, they might just make us reflect, because they may be problematic as different parenthood structures can be for thousands of people in many families. And that is because these family structures are very flexible. And that is why we will always be able to find solutions. When you look at Miyazaki's films, we see that a child has two parents. The two parents take care of the child and seem to be raising their child in a spirited way. The film starts with a father, a mother. They are moving house. Chihiro is in the back of the car. She's grumpy, she's sulking, she doesn't want to move, she doesn't want to go to a new town. That being said, the parents decide to go ahead with their decision to move house, and they drive very fast. The father drives very quickly. They go in the tunnel, and then they arrive, as we know, at they arrive in a village, and without any authorization whatsoever, they start to tuck into the buffet, and they say, well, don't worry about it. We're tucking in. You're with your daddy. I've got my wallet with me and I've got my credit cards with me. Well, being a parent is not simply a question of providing their material needs. The parent also has to set an example. But here that is not the case. And these parents are going to be transformed into pigs. So when you think about that relationship between parents and their children, that's terrible, terrible to have a parent that's transformed into a pig. Huge pigs they are. How traumatic for the little girl to see her parents, her immature parents, who are completely incapable of protecting her. They are not protecting her interests. And so what can we do in that situation if we have parents who are unable to act in the interest of the child? That is so traumatic. One could imagine a judge intervening. One could imagine some educational assistance provided. One could have parental authority withdrawn. Educative assistance is there to help a child who is in danger. And if their education is compromised, one can remove parental authority if the child is in danger. But we see in structures as they have been conceived by the modern system, withdrawing parental authority is only envisageable if the child is being placed in danger over a very long period of time. You can't rely on a specific incident, whereas Chihiro, she is faced with such a situation, then all of a sudden, for a very short space of time, because once she comes out of the tunnel, she will have, in the meantime, she will have saved her parents, and they will no longer be those pigs and all they symbolize. So we simply have a one-off conflict. I think we can draw a parallel between the Spirited Away structure and those problems of two parents who aren't loving at all. Those parents just don't take their child into consideration. I can also compare them to my cousin Totoro. My neighbor Totoro has similarities. The situation isn't the same because there are two little girls, Satsuki and Mei, who discover Totoro. Their mum's in hospital, and we feel that the mum is very sad. We see her in the hospital. She's sad to be separated from her two daughters. And there's a dad. The dad is wonderful. He's a loving father, but he cannot watch over the girls non-stop. It's better to have a dad like that one than one who is changed into a pig. However, here the father works a lot, and so he can't keep an eye on the children all of the time. So in My Neighbor Totoro, there's a single parent family, if you like. So we've got a single parent family, but just for the meantime. The father is alone for a certain amount of time. And then in Porco Rosso, there is a wonderful girl, Fio. And Fio is 17 years old. We learn that she lives with her grandfather. There is no reference whatsoever to the parents. We know nothing about her parents. So we say, well, she's 17 years old. She may well have been emancipated. She maybe is respected as an adult. So a judge can do that. A judge can declare the emancipation of a person. For example, if an underage person marries, but at the age of 17, you would have to go and see the judge. And there would have to be a reason for emancipation to be granted. So the judge might offer that. All we know is that there's war. All of the men in the village have gone away. Fio's uncles have all gone away. There is no classic parental structure. There's the girl and there's the grandfather. In all of these parental structures, I wonder about what happens when the parents don't agree about educational choices, or if there's a single parent, either temporarily or in the longer term, or if there are no parents whatsoever. And so if there is no way of solving that problem of educational choices, there was a law in the past which meant that you could refer to family customs and traditions. So that was quite useful, saying that if the parents don't agree, let's take a look at what happened in the olden days. So this law has been removed. It didn't survive different reforms, but it was a way of solving several problems, like those problems that we meet in Miyazaki's films. So nowadays we say that the parental couple outlives the conjugal couple. So no matter what happens, those two individuals have to manage to exert their parental authority. So in My Neighbor Totoro, the mother's in the hospital, but we see that she's still involved in what's happening in the girls' lives. And she really is a reference for her girls. But in Spirited Away, there's absolutely no way of finding a solution for the shortcomings of the parents. We see that there's no way of solving these problems. See how, because the parents can't take care of it all. So the child will become autonomous, the child will not be unhappy, and the child will not be fearful. There's always resilience in these children, in the works of Miyazaki. So how can a child blossom? Well, a child will blossom thanks to relationships that the child has with people around them. And that is absolutely outstanding in Miyazaki's works. He reminds us of an essential truth. If a child has strong references around them, the child will survive difficulties, the child will grow and develop. And if that is the case, then a judge or an institution, well, that's pointless and is not required. So in the film, what kind of openings do we have? Well, we see that there are brothers and sisters. In My Neighbor Totoro, there's a wonderful example of love between two sisters, Mia and Setsuki, are very, very closely tied. They argue sometimes, of course, as all children do. There are some friction points, but above all, it's that love between the sisters. And in law, the relationships between brothers and sisters are practically not defined. There are no laws. There was a law which was written some time ago, 1996. Amazing to have that law that followed on from a proposal which came from a child. And that text says that a child should not be separated from their brothers and sisters. And here in the film, we see that those two girls will not split. When the younger one disappears, the older one does everything possible, does what she can to find her little sister, because they need each other. They need to be together to support one another in life. And so if I take a look at brothers and sisters, I can't see any laws, but in the Miyazaki's characters, in his works, these brothers and sisters will come up with some solutions. Another solution, when the parent structure is faulty, you've got the grandparents. So as I just said, Fio is living with her grandfather. We don't know whether the young girl has been emancipated, or even if she hasn't been, we might imagine that the grandfather has received parental authorization. Perhaps he may be the legal guardian of that child, and as the legal guardian, the grandfather has been given the responsibility of educating the child. So grandparents do have a very important role in our legal institutions, in the priorities that are recognized by the law. Back in the day, if a parent died, then there was that possibility for the grandparents automatically to step in as the legal guardians. That solution is not really practical because given the difference in age between the different generations, it became impractical. However, one could say that the law recognizes that grandparents have a role to play. And to conclude, because I am almost at the end of my allotted time, then there is the support of those children when the parental structure is faulty. They have the people that they love, their close friends, for example. In Porco Rosso, well, Porco Rosso becomes the character who helps the person to grow up. Well, it says that since I've known you, I've realized that human beings aren't all bad. And in a spirited way, there's Haku, who at the very who will be a moral support. They will create really tight links. I would like to have had more time to talk about Ponyo with the relationship with Suzuki, but there is a wonderful friendship that survives any challenge. That being said, in the work of Miyazaki, there are all kinds of avenues that we can explore to discover how a child can grow and flourish, even if the parental structure is unsatisfactory. So these dear friends that I've just mentioned could be human beings. They can also be animals. And I know later on we're going to hear from someone talking about animals in the works of Miyazaki, because I think we could round off this, my very modest presentation on support with mentioning animals. Thank you very much for listening to me. Well, thank you very much, Professor Bento. Thank you for your presentation on a very touching subject, because it's true that the young characters do grab the attention of the audience, because these young characters are very brave and they sacrifice themselves, and very frequently we say that the children are educating the grown-ups and not the other way around. So thank you very much. You mentioned on several occasions calling upon a judge, and to talk about the legal side of things, we are now going to hear from Michael Laref, who is a legal expert at the Appeal Court of Angers. Before, he was a PhD student, and he was a teacher at university also. And he is going to talk about his experience in jurisdiction, but also he's going to talk about his research, because he has been researching into the different procedural law, proof, and fundamental laws, as well as human law, which is why he's going to take us on a journey into anthropomorphic fables in the work of Miyazaki, and he's going to thrill us all, and I'm handing the floor to him right now.
Thank you, Anya. Can you hear me? So I'd like to stick to the time I was given. It's a bit complicated because we've heard this huge presentations, and I have accepted participating to this symposium to talk about this uh, procedural journey that may seem accessory, secondary to what we've been talking about. It's about Sherlock. Marco Pago thought about it and was remember that Sherlock Holmes vis-a-vis Miyazaki inspire one another. So this work is and reveals a great part of the topics that Miyazaki cherishes around ambivalent, ambiguous, enigmatical, and complex characters, childhood, family, female heroism, isolation, aviation, mechanical machines. And even though the inspiration of Miyazaki is throughout the whole work, the germ is to be found in 6 main episodes that are to be found in 2 main long features of Miyazaki. But the recurrent characters, such as Professor and the 2 companions, make us think of Dora, Inspector Estrade, because of its resemblance of the counterpart, plus its investigation qualities. This Lupinian framework of Edgar de la Cambriole is to be connected with one of the episodes of Sherlock Holmes, where Professor Marty does false notes after stealing money from the bank. And just as Sherlock's, he'll want to investigate and lead to Professor Moriarty or to the Count Cagliostro after um, in this scheme, maybe Miss Hudson is the most representative of this Miyazaki movement, since she's a heroine. If she seems to be melancholic or sad because of the death of her husband, think of Gina in Porco Rosso, she is at the same time the strength of the heroine that is characteristic of all models of Miyazaki. think of Anna Dater when she was saved, or the initiatives of the Aeropostale. Even if the tasks are more ambivalent, think of the house of Professor Morietti and the one done by Sophie in the castle. Think of the whole situation while she's taken away in one episode where she's waiting for the hero to deliver her, but at the same time she has a very active part and overcomes the condition where she is. Think of the charm of Dina. At the same time, you have a Ponyo, the bravery of May, the boldness of Yo, and Lady Boshi. Yubaba is the entrepreneurship spirit. You also find the complementarity of gender. Ashitaka, Sophie and Aru, Ponyo, etc. These echoes to the characters in Miyazaki is reminiscent of some ephemeral characters, the little Martha in the think also of Ponyo and May, revisited as dogs and sometimes resembling their own lives. But also Polly in the Blue Ruby, the episode about the disappearance of the golden pieces are in the mines that resembles the Gaglioso castle. It is also a place where you find all the planes, cars, and other inventions, such as the a machine that is a miniature of the castle. This poetic universe, the investigation of Charlotte are interesting, with the polarization of the cooperation of the latter with the Inspector Estrade. So the investigation made by Charlotte. Before looking at the actions of Charlotte, but this matter is not substantial in its universe, let's look at the status of it. The status in this study is not about presenting all the rules governing the profession and the activity of a private detective, but a more moderate version that could be connected with the Sherlock Holmes inspiration of Miyazaki. The private detective that has its own characteristics in terms of observation will be adapted to the model of Miyazaki, and more specifically to the audience of the time. To look at the origin and the conditions of exercise, we should first understand the definition of the whole approach. On the one hand, we have these words, investigator, detective, agent of private law, of intelligence. These are different titles, even if the profession has evolved in various sectors. So you'll find lots of denominations that convey sometimes some erroneous beliefs. Now, what are the exercise conditions? If the names are diverse, the regime is somehow unique. The Code of Domestic Security says how this independent profession is to be organized, which is to look for information to be given to third parties in order to defend and so on and so forth. The person. Now, the nature of the profession and the object of the activity and its purposes enable us to understand who are all the players of the activity, regardless of their titles. With this definition, Sherlock would be called by OPEX because of his activities, and he would have to abide by the provisions. Now, what are those provisions? It's a long list of provisions. I won't mention. Now, before getting the authorization to perform this activity, not only you have to have a professional qualification skill, the authorization can only be given after an administration investigation that shows that the behavior of this agent are not contrary to morals, ethics, and not contrary to the safety of people and goods. So it's a chance that this character is not only a consumer of drugs, just as in Holmes' work. According to this code, in one of its articles, applies the Article 361.6 reminds that this obligation of sobriety. In a professional activity, all players must be perfectly sober. At the same time, two new criminal provisions comes in and can be used as a sanction because there is some kind of gray zone related to this activity. There is an ambiguity in the way you perform the activity. The Sherlock's activities might have led the author to think about his status before performing this activity. But this is not new. These 10 past years, if it applies more severely, the history shows since VDOC that if legislation did not exist at that time, the law came in to regulate it as from 1900 and in 1942 in more general terms, regulating all these activities. So ambiguity remained apart from the regulations. Apart from the status, this ambiguity is maintained in Miyazaki as in many other similar works. It reflects an existing reality. Just remember some confusion between public agents that enforce the law and the private investigator, detective. Apart in some security activities where you have a special authorization. So we have new rules to try to put an end to these gray zones, reminding that the domination of a legal entity must be a private entity. This avoids confusion with public entities. Any ad or IT document must have that private seal. So why do we have such a confusion? Because of legal, sociological reasons. Some people can join this profession. It also has to do with their history, the history of private detectives. They have had to deal with lots of crimes, assassinations. The lexical analysis of the word is useful because it comes from the English detective, which was a public servant conducting investigations. So this is a substantial element here. Now, what about the acts themselves performed by Sherlock? At this stage, it's not only about the actions collaborating with Inspector Lestrade, but those made freely. So when looking for evidence in the investigations of Sherlock's, I would say first that researching evidence in this fable asks questions, and knowing their skills and a change in the real world of procedure, of criminal procedure, shows the highest interest in the administration of the animal evidence. They can intervene actively throughout the whole investigation, looking for evidence about offenses, and new methods have come in. You may look for a testimonial evidence, especially when there is a situation of a trauma, when you're being interviewed by a judge or when confronting the defense. In the universe of Miyazaki, in this work, what is done by Sherlock is very basic, what is rational because of the skills of the detective is actually its ability to deduct with a visual surveillance, for instance. At the end, only Professor Moriarty uses more sophisticated solutions. For example, its surveillance abilities. Surveillance is quite important here in the work of Miyazaki. In the spirited way, Yubaba changes terms of the contract without respecting any procedure, but the visual surveillance is there and questions us. Even though it is basic, these investigations are not limitless. Now let's look at the limitations when looking for evidence. So we're not going to look at the criminal law, but only on the civilian procedure. In both, evidence is free, Article 953, just as Article 437 says that evidence can be brought by any means. If private detective has to abide by the whole regulation, he also has to respect the other's rights and those of the administration. Now, the latter has now a growing interest in this in the past few years. Now, even in typical investigations, the Court of Cassation has limited the possibilities for the investigators. The main change between what is admitted or not comes from this double control, the need for evidence, proportionality, and loyalty that does not allow other mechanisms. Now, the private detective cannot act as an agent of the public force. In this case, Sherlock has to take away a painting from the building, and the liberation of the character is connected to the giving back of that painting. And knowing quite well the criminal procedure, he knows that only public officers can commit infractions in a very regulated framework. There are lots of possibilities when leading with organized crime. Now, Sherlock shouldn't have stolen the painting. This inspector doesn't care, and this is legitimate. We know the reason why he has done it. But then, was it really necessary given the danger provoked? But at the end, it seemed secondary given the intelligence of this inspector. Actually, what he did was not stealing the painting, we're just hiding it. Actually, the painting was always there. So this criminal aspect is also found in the cooperation between Sherlock and the inspector Lestrade. As one can see, detective not only conducts investigations with the support of one another, he works directly or indirectly in the investigation if the participation of the letter is significant. In other cases, when he provides actively the evidence, it is not the case here. So let's see what is the participation of Sherlock here in the investigation, and later on the illicit participation. The lawful participation first and the unlawful participation later. In the first hand, the detective will look for evidence apart from the official investigation, sometimes looking for evidence for the victim can be legitimated without questioning the whole investigation of the judge and of the prosecutor. The defense lawyer may want to provide evidence with a counter investigation. The private detective can also act here. So times go by very quickly. So I said that I was going to talk about the limited cooperation in any hearing. If Sherlock has to provide evidence, he's free to do so. But the unlawful cooperation of Lestrade actually is based on two main trends. The first one, we have a recent decision of the Court of Cassation that has changed the jurisprudence. The case law did not admit the violation of the investigation system, but admitted it when there was a third party, a part in the investigation, just as Sherlock Holmes. But now there's a risk to this active participation. Could have existed, since you know that actions made by a private person can be accepted, are admissible. However, those brought by a public officer are not. In Sherlock Holmes, there is a collaboration between the private individual and Inspector Lestrade. And we have a co-produced evidence. So there's a co-production of evidence. And in this case, the judge does not allow the public officer to participate actively in the providing of the evidence. That has been a very speeded up procedural journey, but at least I hope you have enjoyed a little bit this type of very harsh procedure in connection with the works of Miyazaki, and I hope I was not that unfaithful to his spirit. Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, to our speakers. Also, one of the co-organizers of this symposium, and he was nice enough to share with us his thoughts on criminal law and civil law. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Emmanuel Nectar, who is going to deal with the second part of this symposium. He'll be speaking to us very shortly. I'd like also to ask you to use the chat box to put any questions. The speakers will later on look at the questions and answer to each one of you. Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Here I am back on stage. My police officer was sorely treated there. I saw Jan laughing there. I didn't expect him to burst into laughter there. Okay, will only work if you don't laugh. Well, thank you very much, Hanya, for being the president of our first roundtable. Jan, please switch your camera off. You're making me laugh too much. Devoted to human relationships in the works of Hayao Miyazaki. We are now going to talk about a second theme devoted to the relationship with the rest of the world in the work of Hayao Miyazaki. So questions which are very fundamental, more fundamental even than the questions we have broached already. So at least we're going to talk about, or at last we're going to talk about public law, in which I'll say don't make such unpleasant suggestions. Thank you very much, because our next speaker is Pierre Jouet, and he's going to talk about war, peace, and memory in the works of Miyazaki. So I'm going to introduce each speaker as they come along, so we don't waste any time in the meantime. So I'm going to hand the floor to Mr. Jouet. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Can everybody hear me? Can you see my PowerPoint? Very good. Thank you very much. So hello, everybody. Pierre Jouet. I am a lecturer, as it is written up here. I work at Poitiers Law Faculty. I research into criminal law and international criminal law. So I would like to congratulate the four organizers of this meeting for all the enthusiasm that's being generated. And I'd like to congratulate Hanya. I am going to talk about war, peace, and memory, three themes which are very dear to the legal expert who I am, and three themes which are also very dear to Miyazaki. It could be important for those of you, for example, if you're not the legal experts, it would be interesting to define what international criminal law is. It's a field of law where we study the punishment of crimes, genocides, crimes against humanity, aggression, etc. And repression, that means punishing by international law, such as the International Criminal Court. But these are more questions about conflict, combating in impunity and heritage-based memory. This is a recent subject born in the aftermath of the Second World War with the International Criminal Tribunals of Nuremberg and Tokyo to judge the exactions committed by Germany and by Japan. And naturally or not, Miyazaki's work echoes these events linked, because we're going to take a look at this, linked to the Pacific War and more globally to all of the themes around which international criminal law revolves. So you will have noticed when watching Porco Rosso, for example, the author calls upon many figures from the general public. So the author takes us back to fascist Italy in the 1920s. The main character, Marco, is a former pilot, and he's filled with memories of his companions who were killed in the disastrous battle of the Great War, which led, in fact, to the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. And also the unsuccessful attempt the second rise of the war, and talks about Japan and collaboration with Nazi Germany and the arms race, and Japan's destructive policy, with the edifying scene of the bombing by the Japanese army, which is at the end of the film. These same events will be at the origin of the Tokyo trial and will establish the guilt of Japanese leaders. Finally, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, which is a masterful work at the crossroads of all of these themes, is wonderfully designed, and it's very rich in terms of its analysis for the legal experts that we all are or would like to be. So we've got plenty to look forward to. So I have three chapters. I'm going to talk about war, looking for criminal qualifications in Nausicaa. Then a second chapter devoted to peace, showing how it can be achieved differently through post-war model of justice. And the third chapter will be memory in connection with the events of the Second War, which Miyazaki appeals to through his art. So the first chapter, war. The Tokyo court condemned 28 people for crime against people, And these qualifications are also found in Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind, where we have a war which opposes the Toltecs against the Dorks, and there are crimes committed on both sides, but you have to identify which crimes they are. And so you have to go through the different stages, and the first stage is qualification. So that means that the legal expert has to find a law and check whether concrete facts correspond to the types of behavior that are incriminated, i.e. has there been a transgression of any prohibition. And the first qualification which I am going to talk about is a crime of aggression. In 1945, in Article 5 of the Statute of Tokyo Tribunal, as a crime against peace. It is now found in Article 8 bis of the Rome Statute of the ICC. So this is international law. And this article teaches us that a crime of aggression consists in a commission of an act of aggression, i.e. the use of armed force by one state against another, i.e. there's an aggressor state and an aggressed state or states, and that this act is committed through the intermediary of a natural person who has the legal capacity to use military power of the state. And finally, the act of aggression takes the form of a list of 7 acts set out in Article 8, which I'm not going to read. So in Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind, we have the Ptolemaic Empire against 3 other empires, Dork, Pechite, and Windy Valley empires. And for the purposes of my presentation, we are going to say that those entities are states in the legal definition of the term. And then the war is planned by Emperor View and executed controls the Ptolemaic. And each text showing up, serious acts ensue, such as destruction of civil buildings, the invasions of territories, taking of hostages, and the appropriation of their goods. More precisely, the crime of aggression is materialized through 2 acts, for example. The first one refers to the Ptolemaics attacking the Windy Valley. The attack is temporary. It aims to use the territory to construct the warrior god. However, this attack leads to the invasion of the whole territory. And as Kushana says, the Ptolemaics want to unite all people to form one great nation, with the proviso that all resistance must be crushed. This is followed by a murder, i.e. of the king, the requisitioning of the territory's human and material resources. There are hostages that are taken, buildings are requisitioned by the Ptolemaic authorities to construct the warrior, but also to house their armed. A second act, a second deed, a second law, I'm going to referring to the manga only, with the bombing of the city of Beaumont, when the Ptolemaics go there in order to recover part of the warrior god. So that's a crime of aggression. The second type of crime is a war crime. A war crime, as we have seen in Tokyo, Article 5 and Article 8 of the Statute of Rome. You have a definition which is up there on the screen for you in French. The article requires that there's an armed conflict. So there has to be used to armed force between states. So as already explained, we're faced with a war in the classic sense of the term, with the precision that this is between several states. And we are therefore in the context of an international armed conflict. Then Article 8 requires the act committed by the Ptolemaics, the Dorks, and the Pechites, because a crime of aggression can be attributed to anyone who comes from that aggressive state. If they're all involved in the war, then they're all subject to the rule of law, and all of them can be accused. So the acts have to be committed by one of their fighters against another fighter, or even against a civilian. But that act has to be committed in the course of the perpetrator's official duties and serve the military objectives of the party to which he belongs. This is the case, and I'm going to demonstrate that, for the vast majority of the crimes depicted by Miyazaki. So here I have listed all of the crimes, and here I've got the concrete facts. The first is the murder of the King Jill, but also of the master of the cemetery, presumably two protected persons. We can presume that within the meaning of the Geneva Convention, i.e. the former is incapacitated by illness and the latter is not really participating in the hostilities. And here we can compare that with the Nausicaa. Another war crime is to force protected persons or prisoners of war to serve in the forces of an enemy. So I'm thinking of Nausicaa here, who could be considered as a prisoner of the Tolmecs following their invasion. Nausicaa is forced to serve along with the Tolmecs, otherwise the population of the Valley of the Wind will be victim of more serious crimes. And the Tolmecs are asking that 3 natives of the Valley of the Wind be taken hostage for the same purpose, thus qualifying hostage taking as a war crime. Denying quarter can also be held against the General Tolmec, who, when his plane approaches the plane filled with civilian rights, no prisoners, kill the crew and the passengers. Against the dorks this time, another crime concerns the dorks, and that can be bombing, attacks by suicide commandos against the Tolmecs, or the use of poison or poisoned weapons, which refers to the use by the dorks of spores against their own population in order to kill Tolmec soldiers. Finally, we could discuss the crime of using weapons that are irreparably lethal or produce excessive traumatic effects, which refers to the use of the warrior god Kyoshinhi, an allegory of a weapon of mass destruction, as these are the same entities that are responsible for the destruction of the old world. And here we must see the spectre of an absolute weapon destined to put an end to war and the madness of men by eradicating them, a spectre that is latent in Miyazaki's work and which we also found in Castle in the Sky with a flying stone. The author depicts here the use of technology as a means of domination employed wrongly with a view to obtaining peace, which he opposes, preferring to establish peace by means other than domination. And that is brings me to our second chapter of peace. Here I must point out that the author's works are directly linked to the history of Japan, and in The Wind Rises, or in a more mystical way in imaginary characters such as Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind and Castle in the Sky, Miyazaki reminds us how attached he is to Japan's recent history, and at the same time he marks how opposed he is to the treatment reserved for it in the aftermath of the Second World War, i.e. I would sum it up as justice through domination. Let me explain myself. Let me take a look back at history. The war officially ended in the Pacific on the 2nd of September 45 when Japan signed the Surrender Acts. However, this is to forget that unofficially the war ended 1 month earlier with the use of the atomic bomb on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, leading Emperor Hirohito to accept the terms of the Potsdam Conference, which ended the Second World War. The surrender placed Japanese territory under American command, and the Allies decided to create an international military tribunal in Tokyo. And that tribunal was notable for its authoritarian selectivity in prosecutions and charges, i.e. who was trialed. This was due mainly to the American yoke. Consequently, the end of the war is associated with a triple traumatic event for the Japanese. So there was the trauma of the atomic bombs, first of all, then there was humiliation of surrender and American domination, second place, and then thirdly, the creation of a selective judicial institution. The tribunal is thus linked to domination and to humiliation, and will not in itself appear to be a vehicle for peace in Japan. However, whether or not it's a coincidence, one might say that in his works, Miyazaki never calls upon the figure of justice, at least in its jurisdictional and organizational sense. In other words, through the representation of courts or tribunals. The figure of justice is present, however, but it is simply personified through protagonists in the stories. For example, the author brings two antagonistic figures into the picture. There's the master of the ceremony, of the master of the cemetery, for example, which is presented as the holder of universal wisdom, who asks Nausicaa to help him to purify the world. And that means annihilating part of humanity. And on the other hand, we have Nausicaa, who refuses to help the master of the graveyard, preferring to preserve life and with it the imperfection of humanity. So this scene, which occurs in the last few volumes of the manga, raises questions about symbolism. Should we see the master of the cemetery as an allegory of justice by force, of peace at all costs, as it was manifested in Japan after the war? And as for Nausicaa, does she embody another caricatured and idealized figure of justice as a condition of peace? In reality, the construction of the character of Nausicaa is more rooted in a third path that the author suggests to us. For him, there is no winner and there's no loser. Peace is simply achieved through the quest of a central character in the work, in this case it's Nausicaa, who encourages the release of the circle of violence. She rejects violence and prefers protection for everybody. Moreover, she is an allegory of justice because in the 7th volume, she takes possession of the spirit of the warrior god in order to avoid the murder of many Tolmecs who are opposed to Nausicaa's fight. And in this way, the author refuses to be Manichaean and presents a character who is much more complex than she appears. Nausicaa is full of imperfections because she refuses violence, yet she does kill, both in the animated film when she kills the soldiers who are responsible for her father's death, but also in the manga when she kills the master of the cemetery. And in contrast to the legacy of the Tokyo Tribunal, which was a moment of justice, but it was imperfect, perhaps too imperfect, imposed by the American powers, and which did not bring peace, Miyazaki develops in his work an idea of justice which is also imperfect, but which is founded in compromise and tolerance. And my third point is it must be understood that achieving peace by force at the end of the Second World War caused an imbalance in the position of each party at the end of the conflict, which continued after the war and left a deep mark on Japanese memory. So bringing me on to the third chapter, memory. Here I am going to use a topical example of the problems of Japanese memory in relation to the World Wars. In 2013, when The Wind Rises was published, or was released, it had a mixed reception from Japanese viewers. The film depicts a story of Jiro Horikoshi, designer of the Zero fighter bomber, which was a weapon used by the Japanese Air Force to bomb and to kill. So for some, the film was defending war and destruction, whereas others saw that the film was indicating a form of unpatriotism. These reactions confirm that the works of Miyazaki's work are plagued by Japanese history. They also illustrate the problem of Japanese memory in relation to its military past. It is a bruised memory that is manifested here and on which the Japanese collective identity is based. So there are two antagonistic perceptions of what the Second World War was, of the legacy of the Tokyo Tribunal to the establishment of responsibilities and the recognition of victims. So there are two forms of memory. There's the constrained memory, which manifests itself through what some call an injunctive memory. There's a section of the population supported by the conservative political elite in Japan prefers oblivion and revisionism regarding Japan's role in the war. And there's revisionism, and I'm going to focus on this one. It's directly related to the Tribunal of Tokyo. The judgment was rejected by a section of the post-war political class, and that continues today. And dissenting opinions of the judges of the Tokyo Tribunal, such as of Judge Indian Pal, which is on the PowerPoint here, served those supporters and showed that although critical of those works, the Indian judge was not responsible. And there we are. So there's that constrained memory is opposite to that liberated memory, which essentially concerned those who express their need for justice, for trials, and to establish responsibilities and to recognize their status as victims. The whole process necessarily involves the reactivation of collective and institutional memory and confronting it with minority memories. This is, there are several examples of this, the treatment of comfort women. Miyazaki is also part of this perspective of liberating memory. For example, in Spirited, in the Wind Rises, we have Jiro, fits in well. Jiro is a character of love and passion. He has humanity, that is doubtless. However, he himself is the originator of a weapon of war that caused a lot of human damage. The character is then portrayed as having doubts, but does not try to deny his responsibilities. That enables the author to dissociate the hero from the militarist regime. By choosing to represent Hiro, Miyazaki invites the Japanese to take a look at their past, to look it in the face, and to assume their responsibility, not to deny the horror of the crimes that were committed. The bombing scenes at the end of the film allow the author to condemn the war of aggression. And in my opinion, although this can be debated, it's a way of rehabilitating history between past and present generations. Miyazaki invites them through his works to take a fresh look at things, not necessarily to reject the work of the tribunals, but to remember, not necessarily to feel guilty. He warns, he awakens, he tries to educate. In short, he promotes an alternative form of justice that is magnified by his works. So thank you very much for listening. I hope I haven't taken up too much time. Well done. Nice presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, you respected your time slot. If you had been too lengthy, I would have changed my avatar to a more frightening character. So no, you respected your time slot. Well done. Thank you very much for that. And on top of that, your presentation was absolutely thrilling, reminding us of the themes between the links between war and peace and memory in Miyazaki's works, and his positions in public and in private about Japan's past, present, and future in terms of war and peace. So thank you very much. We're now going to hand the floor to Pauline Milon, who is going to be our first public law speaker. And she's going to be talking about environmental protection in the work of Miyazaki and the rights of nature when challenged by environmental ethics. So she is a doctor in public rights and she's at Brasilia University. Are you with us, Pauline? Are you ready to take the floor? Because the floor is yours, but I can't see your face. I can't put my webcam on, sadly. Did someone, did one of the moderators or the hosts cut your video flow? Oh, there you are. Oh no, we saw you briefly. Where have you gone? Oh yes, there you are. Very good. The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Caswell for inviting me to this symposium. Very original and very interesting symposium, and it's a very great honor for me to be present here to talk about the protection of the environment in the work of Miyazaki. We have reached a state of the history where we have to urgently redefine the meaning of civilization. This is something that Hayao Miyazaki said in 2014. We are in the midst of an ecological crisis, and it is rather an emergency. We have to think about the inescapable effects of the climate change. I think it is time to think of the concrete effects of the climate change, of this crisis. The Greek crisis designated the action of choosing. In the 20th century, we knew that something was happening, but now we'll have to make a choice in terms of responses to this present situation. The change of the meaning of the notion of crisis to urgency, emergency, echoes the responsibility that we have in terms of the protection of the biosphere. Nausicaa, since 1984, depicts the effect of the overexploitation of natural resources and its consequences on the living beings and the attacks on the environment. The introduction of the movie explains that 1,000 years ago, the earth was destructed by the pollution of industrial civilization. A toxic forest recovered the whole planet and threatens the living beings. If Nausicaa shows a post-apocalyptical world where humanity is threatened, Princess Mononoke, 13 years later, does some kinds of a return to the past. And through the quest of Ashitaka, touched by a curse, fights against the violent reaction of the nature. Then in My Neighbor Tororo, in the Japan of the 50s, it's a social utopia where human beings coexist in harmony with nature. And these are the works that we will focus on. I'd like to know if this is our destiny, asks the Yupa in Nausicaa when he evokes the possible the vanishment of humanity due to the toxic forest. Miyazaki, through the films, wonders how we can find a better balance between uh, these biospheric entities. This right measure or equilibrium, this right proportion is to be shared between the characters and echoes the purpose of the law, the right sharing between goods and the duties in order to preserve the social harmony. Nature is and must be protected from over-exploitation that is disturbing the equilibriums through the quest of the right calibration. And a first part, I'll talk about the representation of Miyazaki of the nature. But before understanding the relationship of Miyazaki to nature, I think it's important to think of the Shinto that is part of animism and the uh, cult of concept of kami, divinities, that developed in Japan. There is no separation between this and nature. Apart from the kami, you have those living beings, the shamans that we find in Princess Mononoke. They represent the link between man and the forest. They are peaceful with human beings, contrary to the yokai and the kami in the film. But they represent the fragility of nature when the bond is broken. The relationship between man and nature can be conceptualized through the prisma of this space. The space allows to overcome this triple duality, subject, object, nature, culture, and individual group. So these biospheric entities are intertwined and they support the flows of relationships that are linked to one another and to the objects. It is now important to highlight that the independence does not mean assimilation that would neglect the differences that exist within a same group. For example, animals are gifted with the ability to speak, and they are much bigger than the animals of its clan. They are like brands illustrating and depicting a symbolically these relationships and the bonds existing between the living. The traditional bestiary evoked by Miyazaki is sometimes used differently and allows this filter of science fiction. And this requires a responsibility from the whole biotic community. There is a learning dimension in the work since it provides a clear message, such as the one reminded by Professor Rowe. Nature has its own rules. The sun shines over the sky and enables life on Earth. The living beings, the animal life, etc. Men come afterwards. This message is quite clear in other traditions. Remember Nausicaa with this prophecy by Odada that will resemble all the lands that were separated. They'll try to put an end to the destruction of Princess Kushana by saying, don't touch, don't mess with the forest. This human responsibility with regards to the evolution of the planet, and more particularly the previous nature, is clearly present in the law, in the preamble of the Declaration of Stockholm, the first World Conference, where environment was a central topic. It recognizes that mankind is the creator and at the same time the creator of the environment, and that it has a responsibility with regards to its existence, its protection, and a sound management of everything. And the states, they have to cooperate to develop law humanity is part of the nature, and life depends on the proper functioning of all natural systems. Man, by its actions and consequences, transforms nature and uses its resources, and therefore must recognize it urgently in order to reset its equilibriums. It is something that you also find in the Charter of the Environment in 2004 that states resources and natural equilibriums have conditioned the emergence of humanity. In a press conference after the Spirited Away, it is said that the preservation of biotic equilibriums is based on a Anthropocene policy. And I move to my second part. The pacifists, they ask for looking to the world without hatred. Miyazaki connects this question to the protection of the environment, and more precisely to the equilibrium of the biosphere, which we should ensure its livability. And also, it focuses on the living together of human communities. Humanity must live together thanks to the technique, and that's how it can be saved. So the destruction of the environment always happens when there are armed conflicts. In Nausicaa, the Tolmec troops, after destroying Pegite, they invade the village of the Valley of the Wind and put the whole population into slavery. And in Princess Mononoke, Lady Eboshi also plans the slavery of nature through the destruction of the gods. So this apocalyptical vision is presented at the beginning of Nausicaa and represents this overexploitation of natural resources. This topic of environmental destructions during armed conflicts or irreversible environmental destructions is at the heart of the actual present legal discussions. And this is to be recognized in the French penal law as an ecocide, a crime against nature. And there is a draft law on all those matters being discussed right now. And now it's interesting to recognize that the position of Miyazaki is not radical, since it does not reject the technique and the industry, but it's exaggerations that lead to this general disequilibrium, political and ecological. It presents a ecological utopia in my neighbor Totoro, where agriculture is something better reasoned. The characters that eat treasures of the land have received lots of sun, and they are very healthy. So they're not never in conflict with nature, and they can even overcome disease. I remember the mother that has tuberculosis that gets out from the hospital and has a baby. So when nature is in harmony with mankind. So the message conveyed by Miyazaki is not synonymous of being opposed to sciences or techniques, but it means that an equilibrium, a balance is to be found between development and preservation, protection of the environment. It's the meaning of the sustainable development that comprises all the environmental constraints and social constraints to find this balance. To do so, Miyazaki depicts this quest of all the characters that must really get into the deep, symbolized by the heart of Fukai in the forest. It's about this curiosity of humankind and being sensitive about the protection of the environment. Environmental policies is one of the public action domains that is mostly based on scientific assessments. They're done by international expert groups such as the GIEC or the High Council for Climate in France in 2018. They all deal with all those climate questions, climate change, through the environmental platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services, or by the French Office for Biodiversity. So science and curiosity are shown as a possible solution for this balance between nature and humankind. Nausicaa here embodies the importance of ecological science to understand the functioning of biosphere and legitimate its respect. The film was based upon a Japanese tale of a princess who liked insects. She is not disgusted by this insect and shows them some respect, this curiosity for living beings, for all type of beings, is essential, according to Miyazaki, to save humanity. Fukai also evokes this balanced role of the ecosystem in vis-a-vis a post-apocalyptic environment. Why? Because it houses a rich biodiversity, and Nausicaa understands very quickly the services and use that she can make out of it. In her lab to save her father, but also when she's with a Fukai. She says, the trees here are there to purify the air contaminated by humans. She will tell the soldiers of Vegeta that the insects also protect the earth. She also says, you drink water from the well, and where do you think it comes from? Why do you think it is pure water? So the nature and all ecosystems, they do house all those ecosystem services defined by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment by the MEA in 2005. They are defined as being those benefits that humans can take out from the ecosystems. So I was not able here to list all the references of Miyazaki related to the protection of the environment. This is just a little summary, but I think it helps us understand the whole importance of this theme it shows the evolution of a scientific, let's say, a topic. And I would here conclude with the words of the writer Olga Tokarczuk. She says, she also evokes this change, just as in the work of Miyazaki. She says, and I quote, "Nowadays, I think that the problem is that not only we have no narrative for the future, but we don't even have one for our concrete now, for those very ultra rapid changes that we are facing. We need a new language, points of view, metaphors, myths, and new fables. However, we see how some old inadapted tales and chronicle stories try to depict the future. So briefly, we need new ways of telling the world we live in. And this is what I've been trying to do through the analysis of the works of Miyazaki."
Merci, Madame Milon.
Thank you, Ms. Millen. You have used a quite respectful Wi-Fi connection, respectful of the environment, and maybe we've been hearing some glitches on the line, but we have been able to listen to you. We could listen to you properly, and thank you very much for your presentation on the place of environments in the work of Miyazaki. And now you have given us a very easy transition with the following speaker, since it is about the protection of animals, Anya Kasul. I'm not here talking about, she's not here as a chair of the session, but as a speaker. She's going to speak about Miyazaki and law, and then very rapidly the animals protection came in our minds, and this is why I'm giving you the floor right now. Thank you.
Ah, here we see a cat, but we do not have any sound.
Oui, alors, que se passe-t-il?
What's going on?
Anya, es-tu là? Je ne t'entends pas.
Anya, are you with us?
Si tu essaies de parler, je ne t'entends pas pour l'instant.
Alors,
voilà.
Here I am.
Zoom essaie de me déconnecter.
Zoom was trying to disconnect me. Of course, it would have to happen right now when it's my turn to speak. I'm going to try to use Zoom. Is that your cat? Or are we being hacked by some Russians who are trying to get in on our conference? Perhaps, Hanya, you could stop sharing and reboot.
Parfait.
Very good. Fabulous. Well, apologies for that. I hope there are not going to be any further technical issues. So I would like to thank everybody, thank the panelists, and thank my colleagues who helped me to arrange this meeting, and also allowed me to talk on a subject which, when you look at Miyazaki's work, must be of interest, i.e. the role animals play in the work of Hayao Miyazaki. And I'm going to rapidly rush through some ideas that we can think about, ideas that come when you talk about this theme. I'm not brushing an exhaustive portrait at all. There are many, many things to say. There's so much to say, and I have very little time. So the first thing one might wonder when you look at Miyazaki's work is, what role do animals play in this world? And we are kind of perturbed by this question. It's very difficult to answer it, really. And it's very troubling because there are all kinds of beings. There are some beings that are neither human nor animals. There's San in Princess Mononoke, where it said that she's neither human nor a wolf, a she-wolf. And this contradiction, this paradox, makes the boundaries between man and human very, very hazy. There's the pig, for example. The pig in the same universe, but in different books or films, for example. The pig can be the incarnation of a human being in Porco Rosso and a farm animal. And in these two different representations, we can see there's a huge gap because the animals aren't broached in the same manner. So what happens in the mind of the film director, for example? Is he schizophrenic? Is he riddled with contradictions when he sees the animal, either seeing it as a person, anthropomorphism comes to mind, or we're seeing the animal as a thing which is not a member of the human community. There's a picture of Shihor with the barrier. There's a kind of barrier, a psychological barrier between man and animal. And so this contradiction is follows throughout the film, and it's not unique to Miyazaki. It's common to the way we human beings see the world. So this is the way we see animals, the way we see the animal world. And this view will depend on the interaction which we have with animals. And it also will define a statute which we will give to the animal. And it will color the interactions we have with animals. So there's a double influence, if you like, depending on how you see and interact with the animal. And this, of course, law gets a hold of that dichotomy, because it's going to identify relationships between man and animal and create standards for those relationships. And we really are in a transversal universe of Miyazaki. I'm going to talk about how animals are seen. I don't have much time, so I'm going to talk to you quite precisely about three views which we can identify in the work and which we find in the normative system. The first view is an anthropocentric view. So that's a nature-based view. And then there's the ontological view. So there are three different views there. Let's start with the anthropocentric view, because this is the one which defines law the most. That's the one which tells us what kind of behavior we have to have with animals. This describes how we can use animals. So it's a view which focuses on our individual egocentrical interests. Mankind is viewing animal in a certain way, and we can see this quite clearly right from the opening scenes of the film Spirited Away, because you can see it on the screen there. There's a the parents are tucking in. Human beings behave as if the world was a self-service snack bar. In nature, there's no one to survey, to authorize, to say how one has to behave. So you take this, you take that. So the works of Miyazaki has animals which are seen as merchandise and which satisfy the human's appetite, or sometimes you have to pay for it, sometimes there is a price in moral terms, but there is a kind of commercial relationship with the animal, and we can see animals here in the form of food. They've been disincarnated, if you like. And in other examples, there will be animals which are worshipped, etc., within Miyazaki's world. So in this anthropocentric view, we see that law will direct humans' behavior, and the animal is a good, it's merchandise, it's used. Article 515 talks about this, but which is subjected to the regime of goods. It's not, that animal isn't a good like anything else, but I can own the animal, I can be the owner, the animal would be my thing, my belonging, and I can do what I like with it. So it's that will color the way I use it. And I would say that this is typical in law, and we see this very clearly in the film Princess Mononoke, where I see the sentence, as a good human being, you think only of yourself. you're thinking of yourself only. And there's another key sentence. Well, it's typical of man to desire everything which he can see between the sky and the earth. You could also add the sea, also from Princess Mononoke, with perhaps a thought process that what is typical of man is supposed to make man different from animals, and man treats living things as objects. So when the animal is reified, we have some examples here, and Miyazaki uses this, and the vocabulary that he uses show this. Here we have a scene from Princess Mononoke where we see a wolf cub attacking the forge and the community, and there's a group of oxen, and there's an exchange there between different characters. And the first part of the discussion is, we've lost quite a lot, but are there any victims in there? Well, that's quite interesting, really. There's an opposition in the vocabulary which represents two different ways of looking at live animals, because there are some of the animals which are attacked, but the animals are not victims. The victim could only be the owner. And here we have some economic loss, and the owner has to be compensated. The one who suffers when the animal is attacked is not the animal, but it's the owner. And so there is some damage which is incurred and recognized in law and has to be repaired. One can identify the way in which damage and protection can be defined. A domestic animal, for example, when they are used, it all depends on how the animal is used. So it all depends on the relationship. There are pets, there are farm animals such as cows and pigs. And it's important to note that when we have animals that are resources, then the protection by the law is all relative. One has to respect certain of their needs. However, one can slaughter them. That is impinging on their life. And here we have this variable geometry. However, animals are treated in an impersonal manner. All the same, all animals are the same, they're non-fungible. Any one cow can replace a lost cow, for example. They're perfectly replaceable. Well, the law varies, as I said, and there is a hierarchy of relationships. There is more protection for pets because there's affection involved, a tenderness with the owner, and so there are fewer laws governing the interaction with a pet. A pet, Gigi the little cat, for example, Kiki's cat, or the fox, or the squirrel, they are irreplaceable because they've got their own personality and their relationship with their master. And so you can't replace them. You could never replace Gigi like you would replace a cow, for example, or an oxen. But there's also economical damages. There will be moral prejudice also. And there's an animal owner who loses the animal, and they cry when they lose the animal. And you see there's a different type of relationship there. Now let's take a look at the naturocentric view. I'm going to run through this very quickly because it's tied in with environmental rights, which we've heard about from the previous speaker. But here we have wild animals, free animals who haven't been tamed. And in terms of protection, well, it's insufficient protection for the individual animals. In criminal law, it is foreseen that severe damages carried out on animals are punishable, but this refers to captive animals and pets, so there's no protection for wild animals. On the other hand, there is a view on the collective society of wild animals, a species, for example, because these species are part of nature's stocks. So a human being manages these stocks. And when those stocks are too low, then you have to protect those remaining wild animals to maintain equilibrium. Whereas when these stocks are higher, then you can cull them. And given this, there are certain species which are going to be protected because they are in danger, and there are others which are going to be culled because they are unwanted, such as foxes, for example. And there's absolutely no protection whatsoever for foxes. There's slaughtering and hunting, which are subjects which we're talking about in Europe today. So there's a question of protecting nature and protecting oneself from animals when they're dangerous. And if you reveal the mystery, remove the mystery from the stories, you see that this wolf cub is slaughtered with the help of the hunters. The hunters come to help the character to get rid of that animal that's attacking the troops, and we are really in a situation of regulation, of regulating a situation. There are other cases where protecting wild animals has an anthropocentric goal. There's a film with Ashitaka, who is chased by the devastating god, that wild boar, which has a curse, and contaminated by that malediction, by that curse. Of course, there's an allegory of those big pandemics, which we're all familiar with now. We're going through COVID, of course, and one imagines that it might have come from the pangolin animal. And there is Chinese law, which has come to regulate that system and control the consumption of these animals, even banning the sale of certain wild animals. And that's the same for the Strauss disease several years ago. So here's a third view, the ontological view. It's completely contradictory with what we might have said earlier on. Ontological because it focuses on the essence of the individual. Here we are talking about researching the animal's interest for itself, not for nature, not for anything else, but we want to focus on that sensitive being, that individual, irrespective of any relationship it might have with the world around it, irrespective of the fallacy. So it's interesting that we can address this subject through the works of Miyazaki, but it's not to be sniffed at. So let's take example of the wolves, or the god stag. People, animals that might look like people look like animals. So the animals can be ill-treated, or they can be venerated and worshipped. And so above and beyond the relationship that one might have with the relationship, the animal can have its own desire, its desire to live independent of the human beings. And it can even be, it can have dignity. And so legal, I would quote the report from Luxembourg saying that protecting animals can be put on a par with human rights. i.e., can animals have human rights? If they can, it means that they can be exercised, and the personality of an individual animal, that question is raised. So I would just like to say that in 1909, there was a French legal specialist, René Demorgue. He wrote that the legal personification of animals would enable the law to take the sensitivity of living things seriously and to serve them. So let's look a bit further abroad. Let's take an example from Switzerland. And there, the approach is very metaphysical, theological. They consider animals as a creature among any others. And the Swiss constitution protects the dignity of all creatures, including animals. Now, it's a theological approach because here we are creatures, plants are creatures as well. And if we're creatures, that means we have a creator. So there's a kind of a metaphysical link that means that we have the same creator, the same deity. And the Swiss constitution says that you can't arbitrate between the importance of an animal and a human. You have to go further than that. You have to protect animals against instrumentalization, for example. And so one could think of those dolphin parks and other zoos where animals are deprived of their freedom. And if you change how an animal looks, is that covered by the law? The genetic mutations, for example, by man. Let's take the example of the cat here, which you can see on the screen in My Neighbor Totoro. It's a cat with 10 paws and of a completely huge scale. And thankfully, he's taken this shape because of magical powers. And it's a kind of representation, a fantastic representation of certain animals that man would like to create. Man would like to modify animals to satisfy certain needs or certain dreams. That is what we've been doing in animal experiments for the food industry, for example. A big pig is much more profitable than a smaller pig. So once you've got your hand on the gene that makes pigs big, then you're on a money earner. So we're going to identify which gene will prevent the animal from getting illnesses, for example. So that's the Swiss law has addressed the ethical issue about the genetic dignity of all living beings, including animals. Let's move on to the intrinsic value and respect for the animal. There's the Indian constitution, for example, in its Article 48. It encourages Indian states to ban the slaughtering of cows and oxen because these are worshipped. The animals are worshipped. And there is an example in the works of Miyazaki where the characters want to protect the cows. And when someone says, I'm going to kill the animal, well, they say, it's not an animal you're going to kill, it's a god you're going to kill. So there are constraints of the standards. And here, one would say in this case, yes, there's universality. This animal is considered to be a god, and so he must be protected. But what about the other animals? So if you're lucky enough to be a god, you're not killed, you're not slaughtered. But if you're not lucky enough to be a god, then you will be slaughtered. So in the Indian constitution, there is an obligation to be compassionate to all living things. And one might be quite amazed to see a law obliging the population to feel a feeling. Let's come on to the case of Nausicaa. Nausicaa is going to be very comprehensive. She understands animals, she communicates with them, and she's very compassionate with animals. And I think that animals are very strong in Nausicaa's story. She loves insects. There are other challenges, of course, but the fact that of choosing insects is very interesting because one can see that insects can be unwanted. One can step on them and crush them without realizing. And so there are some animals which are nice and cute and you want to play with them, and there are others which you don't want to interact with. So the Indians have to love all living beings, and Nausicaa is a perfect example of someone who loves all living things. And I'm wrapping up now saying that This universal approach to animal rights is anchored in the universal rights of animals, where there was a recognized principle of the right to life, including for animals. Animals are living beings, and therefore, because they are creatures like we are, they can be the victims of crime. And so the right, animal rights, the right for an animal to live and not to suffer, and not to be not to suffer at the egotistical hands of human beings, is something which you'll find in the works of Miyazaki. And we're not talking about something fictional. This is real. It's a declaration rather than something which we'll find in fact. But I would like to say that Miyazaki puts us face to face with our contradictions in how we treat animals. We legal experts tend to see things in a certain way because we identify that dissonance because we can have schizophrenic views on animals depending on our own subjectivity and depending on what we are interested in rather than what the animals are interested in. And I will wrap up there. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Bravo.
Well done. Great presentation. I expected to see myself on the screen, but no, it was the cat there. Thank you very much, Hanya Kasul, for your presentation. It was so exciting, so interesting. And visually, I think it was great. I think it's the best animated film I've seen this year. So, of course, the movie theaters have all been closed, but I am convinced that it will be among my top 10 after Akira. So it brought water to my eyes. So if you give lessons, I'll sign up. So the subject we're going to be talking about now is very important. We're going to be talking about, well, we've already talked about war and peace, respecting biodiversity and the potential destruction of nature. And now we're going to talk about a goal, an even higher goal, respecting intellectual property. And I'm being serious when I say that. So I'm delighted to hand the floor over to the boss of our meeting here today, the guy who's behind our event, Yann Bazir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I sense lots of irony when evoking IP. Now, the subject matter we are interested in is Yamazaki, Studio Ghibli, and IP. Being one of the last ones to speak, it's always complicated. We have not so much time. We are a bit tired. Some of the participants are left and the others are maybe exhausted. Topics are more and more complex, whilst being brilliant. So it is also complicated because the previous speakers, they have given you some dreams. And when it comes to IP, it's a bit more complex. So we've been able to dream, to think of and dream of the labor law and some other tough and harsh matters. Now, on IP, it might be even harsher. Just see the definition of intellectual property: exclusive rights on intangible things which result from a creative effort, i.e. from things that come from the human imagination in the exercise of a creative activity. Now, there are two main paths. You have the literary and artistic property that embraces authors' rights and neighboring rights, and on the other side, you have industrial property with the patents on inventions, drawings and models, but also brands. Once this being said, lots of questions arise, and the first one is what is the place of IP in the work of Hayao Miyazaki, since there are works as such that can be covered by author's rights, but the question is author's rights present as a concept in his works? And can we make a connection between both dimensions, as we did previously with other subject matters? Apart from that, we cannot talk about intellectual property without entering really in the center of what it all boils down to, the place of IP in the Studio Ghibli. When you're an author, when you're a creator, there is an IP strategy behind. And this is something we have to speak about. We won't be criticized for not having been too serious about it. Regarding the place of intellectual property in the work of Hayao Miyazaki, I would answer and tell you very quickly that there is no hint of any intellectual property in its works, no reference whatsoever to IP, to authors' rights, to drawings and models. Contrary to other pop culture works, remember, Mr. Fantastic became rich with patents. We know that Professor Tournesol was able to buy the Castle Moulinsart when he sold a patent. And in Japan, in Naijozawa, there is a very clear reference to author's right to industrial patent. And you have here an example, Master Kitten, the father of Master Kitten, which is making a reference to the author's right, but also in Century Boys or in Pete Pack, Billy Bat. Now, if there were an indirect reference to IP, that would be in the Wind Rises, when Giraud is walking around in the German army facilities. It is about the secret, the industrial secret. So if there is any clear reference to IP, there is sometimes an accessory, a secondary reference to the object that can be protected by IP. We see a few brands. We do see inventions. Miyazaki was influenced by technologies, and then creation in its strict sense, creations that can be protected by authors' rights or models and designs. Now, regarding some distinctive signs, with Hayao Miyazaki, except from the movie Wind Rises, imagination has a great place. However, most of the times we are in a very realistic environment. Think of Porco Rosso, think of Kiki. We do find brands here and there. In Porco Rosso, you have this hotel Adriano, you have Piccolo, a business name. We also find real brands such as Shell, very small sign, and also before the conflict with Curtis, we see a Gitan's cigarettes packet on the table, which could also draw some concerns in terms of public health. Here also we find the Boss brand, the Hotel Minako, Talbot, but also this sign, Kiki's delivery service, on the main entrance of this bakery. There's another brand, the Ghibli brand. In two works, actually, Ghibli as a brand on an engine, and Ghibli also for the public transportation services on a tramway and then on a bus. Once that this being said, now that we have found distinctive signs and brands, the question is, what about the lawfulness of those uses? We're using Shell, Gitans, and other well-known or brands, just as Talbot and others. But I would say that there is no breach of anything, because one of the conditions for the use of that right is the use as a brand. But when you use a distinctive sign in a fictional work, there is no use per a brand. There is no breach whatsoever. And this is the case law that says that using Opel on toys, in this case, there is no infringement. So there's no issue with regards to the use of those brands. But another question may arise, that is the validity of the brand. Kiki's delivery service, for instance. Would this brand be used in a positive law? Can we deposit and protect that brand? If you want to register that brand, it must be distinctive. In other words, it must be connected to some goods and services. But Kiki's delivery service, for someone who is going to deliver products, it doesn't really it describes something, but it's not distinctive as such. Now, once again, you have a figurative element that can, in this case, save the brand, and the brand can be here quite legitimate. Now, amongst those, you have the creation, the inventions of models, drawings, and so on and so forth. Let's talk first about inventions. You know, the place of science is crucial. We're in different retro-futuristic or post-apocalyptical environments, and very often when we refer to science, very often we depict its excess. And there is a law we haven't mentioned so far. I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned so far. Professor Raho in Conan, the Son of the Future, says, I quote, yes, we've been doing lots of weird things, and that's the lesson we have to draw from this disaster. Without us, the researchers, the scientists, we wouldn't have destructed our civilization and produced the vanishment of billions of human beings. So I won't say more. So we talk about science in retro-futuristic context, and also in realistic context. We've mentioned Sherlock Holmes with lots of innovation in this book, with this objects of the Professor Moriarty. Whenever we talk about science, whenever we talk about innovation, it's also about inventions, those objects that can be protected by the author's rights. And there are lots of examples, the train on the water, those robots. I remember when Ashikata Abiboshi, they talk about invention. They use the word invention, the bicycle with blades, and many other objects. This type of invention are much more efficient than those teleporting Joe Bloom in Lamouche. So all these objects that I consider as being inventions enter into the definition of what the case law states in positive law. It's a technical solution given to a technical problem that can be repeated. They can have different shapes. It's a product, a process, an application, a new application of means, or a combination of a combination of means. I won't get here into details. We don't have time. So apart from the invention, one also have to respect other dimensions. The something new. This bicycle with blades, for example, I painted was registered in 97 in the US. So these innovations can be viewed as inventions, but normally the patent law exclude discoveries such as this flying blue crystal that enabled Shita to save herself different times. So innovation, invention, this is a well-known environment that is close to IP, the same way with creation. The spirit, the works that stems from the man's imagination, the plan of the planes, the paintings, and more complex shapes in rising wind, the flights. Remember the Caproni statement, artist or engineer, it's the same, he says. So there's a very close link with creation in the whole work of Miyazaki. And also remember when he says that artist or engineer is the same thing, he also says that the life of a creator is 10 years. But fortunately for us, he did more than 10. But another question arises when it comes to all those complex products. It's about the protection of authors' rights, because those works can be qualified as original, that have to do with the originality of their creator. The shape of the plane can be protected as a drawing or a model. However, does the shape of the plane has a functional object? Is it really necessary for its technicality, for the technical purpose? Because otherwise, we're not in the author's right, but rather in the one of the patents. But now the case law is a bit complex. There's no. It seems that all characteristics should participate in the technical functionality if you want to talk about patents. But of course, the question arises when the Mitsubishi A6M0 comes in. The same goes for the plane Caproni CA6 Noviplano, which is quite amazing when you look at it. It flew once, but the second time it crashed. Now, inventions, creations, okay. But I must admit that when investigating for this conference and I looked at all the movies of Miyazaki, I thought about something. An idea came to my mind, which is the following. Apart from this creative aspect of authors, is he also an inventor? He would have invented a series of things, but at the same time, he would have destroyed novelties. Let me explain. If you want an invention to be patented, it must be something new, totally new, and stem from something that is invented. What is a novelty? An invention is something brand new when you cannot find it as it is, technically speaking, before the patent was registered orally or in written, or because of its usage. So the question is a publication of a fictional story that mentions a work can destruct the novelty? The answer is yes. I mean, there is case law that confirms that. It's not that official, but this technique, which is actually a Danish invention. We got a patent in the US, but in Holland, this same patent was rejected because in another magazine, maybe in Picsou, Donald actually had invented in one of the stories a similar method with ping pong balls. And it seems incredible because the USPTO today, without quoting the patent as such, refers to this story. Donald Duck cartoon was deemed novelty destroying prior art. So it can actually destroy um, um, something new. But it's not that easy. But there's a real question in terms of positive law. A creator may be deemed as considered as inventor. The same goes for drawings and models. This is acceptable when it's new. And when the registration was made, if there is no similar model disseminated, then they will be accepted. The dissemination of a drawing or previous model does not destruct the novelty when it has not been reasonably known in practice by the professionals within the EU, for example, before the deposit date of the registration or the date of the reivindication. So here would have to demonstrate when you wish to state that you didn't know the prior dissemination or publication. What I mean is that the issue is very interesting. Let's go back to Miyazaki. I remember this the Open Sky M02 planner, which refers to the planner of Nausicaa. It's a direct inspiration. But now the question, the one who created this planner can ask for its protection, and the answer is no. In the patents law, I mean, we may ask the question, but the question is legitimate, is interesting, and we see that pop culture can be serious and lead to unplanned consequences. Now, what about the place of the IP in the studio Ghibli? Now we are moving rather to reality. Might be presumptuous to talk about an IP strategy. Maybe that was not in the minds of the managers of the studio Ghibli. Would rather hear rely on some facts. It's all about authors' rights. We have animated drawings, audiovisual works. So there will be a contractual use of those works. They will be distributed through partners and then maybe disseminated through Netflix or on others. But also the legal use whenever there is an infringement, etc. I do not have lots of facts to put to the forth, apart from the fact that the Ghibli studio is quite serious about it. They are very serious about protecting their images. You can't take pictures from the studio, not inside the studio. It's quite complicated. They're very strict with this, even though they organized virtual visits during the pandemics. You should also know that they have another legitimate stand, the Studio Ghibli. They are part of the manga committee that is led by the Japanese government. So they work side by side with other players of the manga and animation world. And in 2014, they have participated in the MAG project. And this is a video that was about this video. They wanted to thank all the users, all those who buy manga without moving through the scan trad filter and without moving through the illegal downloads. So they might be strict on the one hand, and this is legitimate. And I'm not going to mention some affairs, some legal affairs. We don't know if they have asked for the closure of some YouTube pages, or if it's the YouTube itself. One user, by the way, who put Wind Rises in illegal piracy, he was even detained and went to jail. So they can be very strict, but at the same time, they seem more flexible on other grounds. You know that 2 years ago, the Studio Ghibli, they have made available some free of rights, a series of images in 3 waves. Those free of rights images can be used reasonably. But what does a reasonably mean? So you should not make money out of them, I guess. You have some posters of images. So the question is there any infringement to those principles? I hope Ghibli will not come after us. So another important element, author's right on the one hand, but also the brand's right. There are no drawings or models. There are no brands. We only have brands, sorry. So the IP strategy is based on brands. Now the owners of the brands are Studio Ghibli, of course, the manufacturers buy products, Solidarity, for example, all those products that you find in Ghibli stores across Japan. The Studio Ghibli appears as one of the most popular brands in Japan in 2006 in one study conducted by Nikkei something. It's a survey of 2006. Ghibli Studio was ranked the first in that list. So it's quite impressive. But Ghibli Studio, and correct me if I'm wrong, they have 319 brands, which is nothing. When you look at the size of Ghibli, others have thousands and thousands of brands. So only 309, only verbal brands, only a few figurative brands for byproducts, clothings, etc., some titles. And this brand, quite well known, Studio Ghibli with Toto. It's surprising because we might have thought of a more a comprehensive strategy. For example, Totoro represented this way. We could have thought of, let's say, a name of the characters. No, but their approach seems to be much more reasonable, and it's quite positive. And now to conclude, we see that IP is absent in the work. There is a reasonable management per country. So all this for this, I don't know whether my intervention was useful at the end of the day, but I would say that studying IP in the work of Miyazaki and beyond in the Studio Ghibli is a very stimulating source of reflection. And I'm sure that there will be some upcoming publications on this. Thank you very much. I won't stop here. Congratulations.
So I am speaking on behalf. Speaking on behalf of the entire audience to say that it was great listening to someone who had absolutely nothing to say, and it's I often spend my day listening to people have nothing to say on my professional days, but I really had a great time, particularly with that destroying innovation, and makes me think of Netflix and the future. And it was really wonderful. Well done. I wagered when I saw Jan say, well, I haven't got a topic to talk about. And Anik said, well, I haven't prepared anything either. I'm going to just turn up with my hands in my pockets. But I knew that they would bluff us all. And it's like those students who say before an exam, I haven't had a chance to do my revision. I haven't prepared. And then you get 19 out of 20 and you hate them. You hate them, but you love them at the same time. So it's been a wonderful day, a fabulous encounter. We've worked hard. We've talked about family, contracts, war, peace, the animal, the environment, intellectual property, and summing all of that up is an impossible task. To do this, we'll need someone who's absolutely outstanding. Is there such a man who can do it? His name is Raphael Morel. His smiling face is already on the screen, and it's and he's keenly awaited. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. So without further ado, I'm going to ask you to take the floor. You can speak for however long you want. The floor is yours, Raphael. Well, thank you very much, Chair Emmanuel, for your very enthusiastic words. And it's great for you to put the pressure on my shoulders, which was already there because I saw how many people had signed up for the conference. So that's the pressure enough. So dear colleagues, dear attendees, those of you who are still with us after all of these hours of interesting debate, I would like to thank the 4 organizers of this event. We can't imagine, or they perhaps didn't imagine, how big this conference would become. Thank you very much for inviting me to wrap up. And I just want to say, if there's any noise in the background, I apologize. I'm in the countryside, so goodness knows what might happen. I hope you don't get any interference. So let's get back to the subject we're interested in at this on this Friday evening. Miyazaki and the law, from reality to dream, or vice versa. What can I say about this? Well, I'm not usually the person who will draw up the conclusions. So I was wondering what on earth I could say. So despite the invitation, I thought I wasn't going to, I think I'm not going to dwell on that film we saw at the beginning of our meeting, but instead I read the introduction to our meeting, and I realized that short presentations are the most popular. So you may not enjoy my presentation, but let's plunge in there anyway. So I carried out a survey, and I noted that a conclusion could be a summary of what has been said so far, or it could be another presentation, or it could talk about something completely different, depending on the prestige of the person giving that conclusion. And it often comes back to it often involves coming back to the title of the day and criticizing it because it's not complete enough, or suggesting another title instead, or switching a word from the singular to the plural, or finding a synonym. So I didn't get very far with my research. So I've chosen a transversal approach, which means I'm going to start with a conference title. Hayao Miyazaki and Law, from Dream to Reality. So this title suggests that Hayao Miyazaki and his work have a distant relationship with the law, and it's interesting to place them side by side and see what you get. So law is a tool for regulating society. So one might imagine one could sweep through the work and identify the regulations which are accepted, promoted, or rejected by Miyazaki. Several of the speakers have done exactly that. Pierre-William and Annick Batteux did precisely that. We could also take a look at the work as an object and address how law broaches it, which is our previous speaker has done with skill, Jan Brazil. And so the subject, from dream to reality, suggests that the dreamlike world that Miyazaki takes us into can evoke a political reality, like a play, for example, a human reality of the moment. Miyazaki's work gives us a look into the future, a post-apocalyptic work, which may be described in series and in film. It also suggests that dreams can be transformed into reality, and that the standards in Miyazaki's world could turn up in our real world. So that led me to imagine law as it might be, a dream kind of law. I would like to add another idea, and that's the idea of movement. And Fregonese underlined this at the beginning. Miyazaki is a filmmaker of change and development, and I see many static points in society and in law, which are incorporated into his films too. However, there is movement that is in all of Miyazaki's animated films, and that switch from dream to reality is an example of that permanent movement. So on that basis, I suggest we take a quick look at movement in Miyazaki's work. The shift from reality to dream, and then from dream to reality. And let's try and draw some legal learnings from that exercise. From reality to dream, the constant quest for law in the work of Miyazaki. Law, like ethics and morale, aims to regulate social behavior, relationships between beings and objects within a given temporality. However, if we take a look at the main subjects, which come up again and again in Miyazaki's works, we note that there's a lot of talk about relationships between man and nature, man and technology, and relationships between human beings, i.e. war. Let's take a look at man's relationship with animals. That has been broached by Anya Kasul, and for me, that's the same thing as nature. When Miyazaki talks about these favorite themes, he brings up certain legal questions and gives his opinion on the law as it could or perhaps should be in his eyes. So he is doing lex ferenda sometimes. So that feeling is even stronger when the dreamlike bizarreries in his films are presented as being absolutely obvious. When we go into his world, we are given a new type of reality. The characters are never amazed to notice that there's a witch or monster or a spirit. For them, it's a reality which the creator imposes upon us. Let's take the three main themes which I have chosen out of many, just to convince ourselves. So regulating relationships between man and nature. In Miyazaki's works, we see the consequences of war on nature and polluted water are, by waste. And there's the forest of Princess Mononoke in the Princess Mononoke story, which we know that Miyazaki has undergone a trauma when another character was poisoned by mercury. There was a factory which spewed mercury into the river, and that pushed Miyazaki to make Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, where we also meet the conflict between finance and man and nature. And there's the personification of nature too, and environmental law, which has been settled in certain states in South America, for example, by bestowing laws upon certain areas. Pauline Milon pointed out that nature does have rights in Miyazaki's works. There are trees that are alive, there are plant beings, there are legendary mythical animals which are brought into the stories. There is a personification of nature. Christopher Stone in 1972 is an example at hand. And we know many examples that suggest, that perhaps have colored Miyazaki's take. there are laws on nature. There's a New Zealand law on the quality of a river being a living being, and there in India there's the river Ganges. There are many examples. The idea is that nature can be given rights, and we can create legally habilitated guardians to make sure those laws are respected. Miyazaki goes further than that, because we can read between the lines. There are certain areas which are forbidden to man, virgin territories, where nature regulates itself without human intervention. However, can nature self-regulate? Behind the myths of Miyazaki, we note an anthropomorphic view of nature, nature that can decide things, that can hope for peace, that can work towards the rights similar to those of mankind. There are many examples, I've mentioned some, but there's a certain ambivalence, and Anya Kasul pointed that out. This ambivalence is there. It's consubstantial to Miyazaki's work. There's that thought of happiness at work, which we've talked about today. That is a theoretical notion representing legal and social relations between man and nature is possibly just an idealistic view of what relationships should be between human beings, between states, between peoples. And we can also talk about regulating relations between man and technology. There's the apocalypse, and Miyazaki's telling us the causes so that we can be prepared. And there's technology which is used to kill, not only to fly, and that is mentioned a lot in his works. That corresponds to very current debates on the progress of technology and the need to determine legal borders as to what we can do and what we can't do. There's we hope that some developments are never going to come to fruition. There's a certain ambivalence in Miyazaki's work, which correspond to the moderate and immoderate aspects of technology. He hasn't curbed in his imagination. And then there's the relationship between man and machine, which are a mirror of the relationship that people have between each other. And as members of society, we have a certain responsibility there. So how have humans not banned the development of some technologies? The filmmaker sometimes gives us arguments to stop getting off target. And so the message very often is that technology can make us a slave. Let's be careful about how we develop it. Let's only develop it to the strict minimum. So it is possible to dream today. Man can dream in his environment. Let's think about governance by algorithms. Let's think about 5G, and regulation has to take the legal road. The theme of regulating humans and their interactions, that's present everywhere. Nature, technology are almost like avatars of the human being. We see this theme in his denunciation of war. Porco Rosso, for example, voluntarily became a pig after experiencing the horrors of war. War is not necessarily directly condemned by Miyazaki. However, peace is promoted, or at least neutrality is promoted. And so that makes us think, well, would it not be better just to stop all wars? And it's something we should set to rights. So one can deduce from all of that, by using your imagination, that the painful reality which Miyazaki paints is a dream of norms, limiting going off in the wrong direction, and transitional justice. Is Miyazaki a doctrine? Well, that's questionable, and some of us might think that that is the case. But that being said, law is not omnipresent in the work of Miyazaki. There is some distance with certain laws, and Miyazaki negates international law on some fronts. I would say that we can see the opposite of that, not necessarily moving from reality to dream, but to see a dream as a universe which takes us into the reality of the world and of law faculties. So what do you get out of studying Miyazaki if you're a legal expert? So this is more a conclusion than a synthesis. One might answer two questions. Why have we organized this conference? Why were there 500 more people connected on a Friday afternoon? And most of those people were legal experts. I can see three types of answers founded on several learnings that you get from reading Miyazaki and studying his works through the lens of the law. I would like to echo what Jan said earlier on. Studying the filmography of Miyazaki is a wonderful pedagogical tool. The biggest value is pedagogical, therefore, despite what some researchers might say. Analyzing fiction really is a wonderful exercise for a law student. And there may be some people looking at us from abroad, and I can only say that French legal experts and French legal experts, when they want to solve a problem, they have a specific order of their reasoning. The reasoning starts, as Pierre-William pointed out, it starts by qualifying the facts. And in practical cases, we use those in the faculties. We present cases which may be real or inspired by real cases. And then once one masters the phase of qualification, our students will then be able to identify which legal regime, which rules apply to the situation which they're going to meet in their career, whether they become lawyers or judges or little witches even. So we've got many examples of labor law in some of these works. There are legal orders which need to be fine-tuned because the legal framework doesn't correspond to what we have here in France. The moving chateau has some interesting cases. When Uhu goes over the door, he has to he is subject to certain rules and regulations, and he could rely, or it is interesting to rely on fiction to broach real cases. It's a less austere manner of doing it, and it's a way of practicing the legal way of reasoning. So it's a very healthy exercise, and I think we should be keen to encourage that. I would note that there are many positive reactions by the audience saying that this approach is highly appreciated here in France, and we should do it even more. Miyazaki is also a pretext for learning and for thinking about legal hot news. And Michael Aref had encouraged me to reread an excerpt on the law which governs private security agents. And I would like to thank him for encouraging me to read that terrible text once again. There's a second big contribution after educational. There is a different kind of analysis which is of great value. We said in the first part of the meeting that the work identifies the shortfalls of common law in terms of technology, war, or the environment. Above and beyond pedagogical reasons, one can use Miyazaki's works to teach and to have a critical approach to the law. And I would like to talk about methodology here. One can, for example, in terms of war, see in Miyazaki's work a critique of international law. Do not deduce from what I said as an introduction that the law is on every page of Miyazaki's works. I'm just going to give you one example. We've mentioned the link with aviation. Several speakers have talked about that. International law for civil aviation is not in his films, and the question of territorial sovereignty is not present in his films, apart from in Nausicaa a tiny little bit. The castle in the sky and others, the Howl's Moving Castle. The legal side is not addressed, and there's a question of a desert island in Porco Rosso. What's the legal status of that cat bus, which we saw earlier on as well? And I noted that international law is particularly absent from those films, much to my dismay. We heard one speaker talk about international law pertaining to family law and different applications of Geneva Conventions, the Treaty on the Use of Mass Weapons and Chemical Weapons. We can go on. But is Miyazaki a negationist in terms of international law? Despite the fact that international law is so important, we could talk for hours on the writer's approach. Miyazaki likes natural law, the law of nature. Personally, I think that Miyazaki is a fan of institutional pluralism. One of his characters has a kingdom which is separated from the rest of the world, and all groups, all social groups seem to generate their own system of law and sanction. We've talked about personification of nature. Pauline talked about that, and animals with Agnès Cassou. That is a question which was less legal than philosophical or political, but it is tied in. And one could learn a lot by qualifying in each film what the theoretical currents are for each of the different characters. And finally, and I'm getting back to what I said at the outset, there is a lot of science in his work, and we've seen that today. We haven't only today talked about the way Miyazaki's films do or do not respect this law or another, and how the destiny of one character or another depends on legal actions or illegal actions. We've talked a little bit about law in Miyazaki's work because films are a great way of illustrating social situations. We can say that law is well considered in the different films of Miyazaki. It's not mocked systematically, it's not ignored systematically, apart from international law, just for the benefits of a heroic screenplay. Law is often deemed to be insufficient, castrating, but really useless. And Emmanuel talked about that meal, the parent pigs tucking into a meal without any authorization. Miyazaki often will use the law and respecting the law to shape the honesty of his characters. And that is one of the reasons why legal experts enjoy Miyazaki, or that's why Miyazaki fans like the law. In any case, the scientific approach is clear. There are certain specialists, cinematographic specialists, for example, would call that emergence. As far as documentaries or films funded by financial institutions or states, I'm sure fictions that show a world through a history are priceless, and Miyazaki has an entire view of the law which is complete, and taking a look at that is useful for society. And when we see how well known Miyazaki is around the world and how many participants we've had this afternoon, we can say that it's useful to include his works in our laboratory research. So to wrap up, I see that Emmanuel's picture has changed. It's time for me to wrap up. Never Ending Man was the title given to my presentation. I think that we, as an academic legal community, have to follow Miyazaki's example and never stop analyzing pop culture through the lens of the law. Let's think about my strange outfit. I've got a jazzy shirt and a straight jacket. Perhaps I should put a patent on my outfit. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Bravo, bravo. Merci beaucoup, Raphaël Morel, d'avoir relevé ce défi.
Congratulations. Thank you for being up to this challenge, and give the last words to Basile for the last words of conclusion. But before that, I really feel sad when I think that we have to leave the conference. We have laughed a lot. We have learned so many things. We have heard excellent, high-quality presentations that have contributed to the this unforgettable symposium. So Jan, you have the floor. He's going to thank the whole the SAPI team for their contribution in the organization of the event, and thanks to everyone. I think you've said it all. I wanted to talk about emotions. I'd like to thank the whole SAPI team, but you have spoiled it somehow. I'd like to conclude by thanking all these speakers. It's a great pleasure for us to listen to you, to talk about pop culture, to talk about law. I think we have all appreciated your contributions, and thanks for having accepted our invitation. I'd like to thank the whole team of SAPI. You've said it, Emmanuel, lots of people such as Chloé Pledio-Oua, who dealt with logistics, Pompa Cres, who is here, the director of the research lab, Alisto for the communication part, and Romain Soustel, who did this very good poster. And we could be infringing something here because of him. So I want to talk about emotions and feelings, which is at the basis of the adventure of Ghibli, even though this has been virtual in this case. I think we have experienced a very unique moment in the law context. It's never that easy. Thank you, everyone. I'm not as funny as Emmanuel. I can't say any punchline that will be unforgettable. I'm very sorry for that. So remain pragmatic, just as my subject matters. Just maybe one little thing. You can find the conference on YouTube in the SAPI webpage. Today it was done live, but of course we'll be able to presented in English further on. There will be a publication. I will be working with Emmanuel, Anya, and Michael, and I'm quite sure we'll be asking for more contributions to strengthen the various topics. I personally talked about health and Miyazaki, but everyone is invited to contribute. And I'm also making this call for October the 29th. It will be about horror and law, a totally different universe during Halloween times. And we hope there will be other contributions for this upcoming event. Thanks to all the participants who have been very active in the chat box, and Emmanuel in particular. He was chairing the conference and he was moderating the chat and contributing to it. So he's a very special man. He has been the master of ceremony of the whole event. Thank you very much and see you very soon. Bye.
Merci énormément.
Merci Annick.